Okay, we're like 5 minutes early, I think. Anyway, hello. It's been a bit, been a while. I feel like 1 week is probably too long for my streaming schedule. But I've been doing stuff. I've been working on this. We're back in Godot after too long. Hello Raven, is that code for something? Nope. it's just, yeah, well, yeah, it's code. It's okay, here's the thing. So last year I started this project, FPS Survivors, in Godot, and that is the thing you are looking at right now. I've been messing with it a tiny bit this past week, and also just thinking about design and stuff in general. Basically, my thoughts are, if I'm going to be remaking this in Unity, I should probably at least get a rough picture of what I want the gameplay to feel like in the codebase I already have, even if it's messy, even if it doesn't support things like having hitboxes that are animated that match the character's animations and is inconvenient to use in a bunch of different ways. One of the things, did I mention, it's been a while since I've even touched this project, so it's probably worth going over things a bit. Where is my code window? Oh my god, which freaking window? Oh no, it's below the game capture. You know what? Let's move that here. Okay, game capture there. It's good to have a plan for stuff, make things easier down the line. Yeah. Planning. And in general too, right? Like something I've been thinking about more and just noticing more. I've been spending a lot of time just thinking about design and development, because this project kind of last year sort of fizzled out because I don't think I had a good idea, direction, or something. I think I just forgot about the things I wanted to do in the first place for the project, and I ended up working on a bunch of random features that didn't really serve the overall vision of the game in the first place. And it sort of made me realize, okay, you really need to be careful. You need to really spend a lot of time on the actual design of like what you want to make, rather than just rushing into it headfirst, go saying fuck it, we ball, and trying to develop a bunch of shit. Because if you are spending weeks and weeks of time implementing small systems and you scrap that later, then that's just wasted work, right? Or if you find out it really wasn't worth the effort to work on it. So really you should be spending a lot of time. Ideally you have like a person whose entire role is to just think about design and things like these. But you really should be spending a lot of time thinking about what to implement before you actually implement it, right? And I think I might have gotten a bit lost in that, and also a bit lost in a bunch of nitty-gritty stuff for which there are off-the-shelf solutions for, such as this whole ECS system in Rust. Collisions. I was working on the collision system in its entirety myself, basically. Kind of. I was using a library called Perry 3D, so it wasn't entirely on my own, but it was like having to do a lot more manually than if I was using off-the-shelf things for stuff like rigid bodies or you know, gravity or physics or things like that. I guess gravity is relatively simple, but still, right? It's inconvenient. Hello, Ito. Devin today? Yeah. This might end up being more of a, what was it, catching up chill stream, chatting stream than an actual deving stream, because I've been trying to do more of the dev stuff off stream, but stuff like planning I think I could do on stream reasonably well. If anything, it might be better if I have you guys to bounce ideas off of. But there's this one thing on my mind for the past day or so, is the idea of like So I like a lot of roguelike games with synergies, things like that. Absolutely need to get a grip on what needs to be made. Absolutely, yeah. I've been thinking a lot about systems and synergies. I read an article earlier where can I even? Oh my god, my windows. I have like a billion windows open. Oh, he's down to be rubber duck. Thank you. Hell yeah. We need more rubber ducks on this team. Anyway, I posted an article in the FlaVR Discord. Where are we? Where are we? Yeah, I posted a couple articles in the FlaVR Discord from a Reddit post, actually. About, where was it? This thing? This thing. I've also been reading a bit. I read one book. That was basically about, well, basically the main point was like, the fun of video games comes from like learning, comes from player trying to learn a system and figure out how it interacts. But beyond that, here's this article. This article talks about was it the systemic master scale? They're talking about what's the word? Systemic design as opposed to, and like emergence as opposed to the sort of authorship version of design where so in a AAA game, does it even go here? Anyway, whatever. You have a lot of authored content. You have a lot of, I'm very much paraphrasing here. You have a lot of authored content. You have a bunch of different artists and animators and ex-designers, whatever. Hello, Commander Quinn Cooks. Did you go from Unity to Godot? Actually the opposite. So I wrote this in the YouTube description. This game that I'm here looking at. Here's the Rust part. This is one of the reasons I want to move to Unity, is having to deal with this integration. I just found out today, actually, that there are a few crates, like Rust crates people made that integrate Bevi ECS into Godot, doing a lot of the shit I was doing myself. So that would have been nice to have last year, but I still don't think I want to continue working in Rust, and would much prefer moving to Unity at this point, I think. I don't know. But this is the Rust part of the code. I tried to integrate Bevi ECS into it, which, I mean, it works, right? It works. The game is functional, right? There's like a little bit of a weird specific thing where all the simulation stuff is actually like a frame delayed, I think, or like one physics tick delayed, because I have it running in a separate thread, and so it doesn't like hang up the main thread. All the simulation stuff is happening in a second thread, and then it's like waiting for the results of that second thread. I'm not entirely sure if it's really behind, but whatever. Anyway, it's a video game. It exists on my hard drive, not publicly. Although I guess, what was it? Technically, I've shown it to some friends. Older versions. But, anyway, the plan is, I already have this, like, semi-functioning prototype in Godot. It's got a bunch of core systems I'm gonna need, like, you can shoot, you can fire projectiles, you can deal damage to enemies, and all that. But I want to move away from it for a couple of technical reasons, also just, like, ease of use reasons, ability to use assets, ability to have physics, things like that. Animations, hitboxes, things like that are going to be much easier, I think, in Unity. It's not like, was it like easy, like everything's pre-made for me, but like I'm going to have to implement a lot less stuff to get things like characters are animated and they have moving hitboxes, and then you can shoot the hitboxes, and then stuff like that. Sorry, I'm my mind's a little scattered. So I have this prototype in Godot that has like a bunch of the features that I'm going to need, and also lets me use GD script, and will hopefully let me rapidly prototype gameplay ideas. And so the idea is to flesh out the gameplay ideas I want to add in the Unity version in the future, just to get an idea of how they feel to play, just to like confirm my beliefs, my hypothesis that this is going to be fun, right? If I can make this fun in Godot, in a sort of framework I've made that is probably going to be technically inferior to the one I could make with Unity in the future, then yeah, that's good. That's like proving my idea, basically. I want to prove my idea, and then I want to like do it properly. Another reason I want to move away is just because it's old, ugly code, which, you know, I should probably refactor that if I wanted to continue working in this code, but again, there's reasons I want to move to Uni. Anyway, hello, random perp. Chill making Tinder for months ahead. Yeah, what was it? I was watching some YouTube video about firewood, about how firewood actually, if you just cut down a tree, then it's gonna take a long time for the wood to dry, and then it's for it to actually become firewood. Good way of going about it. Yeah. It's one thing I hear from like people on forums and stuff like that, that they use Godot or Unity for like prototyping out ideas before making in their big boy engines. So I go for already fallen trees. Yeah. Anyway, I've also fallen down a rabbit hole with the ant YouTube rabbit hole. It started with like a video about Harambe, about like how gorillas are actually pretty chill most of the time. They're probably more scared of humans. Well, maybe not entirely, but like in the 100 gorillas versus, or 100 men versus one gorilla hypothetical, people are way overestimating the gorillas. And like instinctually, they would probably know that you should not try and fight 100 dudes on your own, but if they were like locked in a cage death match, then, you know, maybe that would be more of the situation. Which ant rabbit hole? The tin flooding ones, the ant keeper ones, the algae ones? Oh man, you reminded me, I've seen those like filling ant colonies with tin things before. This one guy who keeps an ant colony, I started watching his videos. And then who else? Ant Canada, this like big channel that has like these huge like terrariums and stuff like that. But yeah. My media diet is slightly more diverse now. I'm not just watching Doom posting, Doom scrolling, Doom everything. Gonna say Ant Canada? Yeah. Man, I'm amazed at the production value on some of these. But yeah, I'm learning way more about ants than is probably useful to me in life. Funny he puts on a character. Yeah. Man. Okay. What else? My brain is like scattered. Anyway. Gameplay prototype in Godot. Prove my ideas. Make sure the game is actually fun before I commit to like really properly building it out. Anyway, I've been only showing like this stuff, but honestly, I'm not sure how messy this is versus me just not wanting to deal with Rust anymore. Honestly, Bevy makes it relatively nice to work in Rust. Like, was it this query stuff? I guess this is what I was starting to get like kind of tired of, but that's also a thing if I'm gonna do it in Unity dots, and I guess I've been getting a bit more comfortable with it in Unity dots. But like, like this isn't even that much more boilerplate compared to Unity dots, right? If I have to get a mob component, a position component, and a follow component. Oh god. Right, and then I write for mute mob pause, follow in at mute, and ampersand mute query, right? It's not that much more actually than Unity dots. I guess the main thing that was really getting to me that I should probably refactor if I wanted to continue working in this is this giant hell class. This is my Godot node. This is like the point of integration with Godot, and from what I see, there are people making crates for like integrating this stuff better with Godot. And so that would probably replace most of this, but not quite, because I still have a bunch of stuff that is sort of communicating between the Godot scene tree stuff. Dr. Plants' cool ecosystem videos like ants. Oh man, I'm never gonna get any work done. I'm just gonna be watching ant videos on YouTube. Ugh. But yeah, we got 1 billion parameters, and so we also have to like set those inside the simulation somewhere. I forget where we're setting stuff like this. Wait a minute, ricochet radius? Are we even using some of these? Man, mob, ranged, fire. Wait a minute. Am I crazy? Oh, no, wait, no, I think we're referencing them somewhere else, right? Are we? I don't even know. Player, surely we're using this somewhere, right? Player collision rate. Huh? Go to references. Oh, right. Okay, we have this. In params? Oh, yeah. So we're putting all these freaking variables inside a like singleton for the ECS. And so just having to, if I want to add a new variable, right, then it gets a little annoying having to define an export variable here in the simulation, and then also define it here in the params, and then we have to receive the, yeah. So I guess the thing I was getting tired of was like the boilerplate of ECS, but I'm gonna have to deal with that boilerplate anyway in Unity. So maybe the grass is equally as green on the other side as it would be here. I guess the main thing is like hitbox animations is what I'm concerned about. Hit collider or whatever you want to freaking call it. Oh yeah, hitboxes. Had a similar phase a year ago watching blacksmithing videos. Urban exploration videos. Urban exploration is cool. I like those parkour videos. Impossible, hello? Hello. A lot can happen in a bit of time. A lot can. And 3 Weeks Dog's gonna be an ant VTuber. Okay, what else was I talking about? What else was I thinking? Okay, defining systems, setting up systems. This part is like a ton of boilerplate that I really should probably be if I was more familiar with Rust, I would know about things like proc macros. And I'd probably be able to write a macro or something for shit like this. Right? Then I wouldn't have to deal with this huge ass boilerplate. Blah. Anyway, all these systems, I think, are are set up this way so that we can access them from Godot. So we have this add mob system, and we have this add mob Godot function. So we have this function from Godot. So I'm like building an API basically to communicate between Godot and the Rust ECS. But do you see how like I would not have to worry about this if I was in Unity and the ECS is integrated with the engine and I can like talk to the game object world from within a system and all that stuff and things like that. So we call world run system with, we give it a parameter, so we're just calling a function basically on the ECS side of things. And the actual function that runs, oh god. Okay, this is a fucking mess. This is where I define my system order. But I suppose this is just me not knowing Bevy's sort of system for setting things up well enough. Because in Bevy, you're supposed to use like plugins and things like that, and so you define everything in its own little plugin. Everything is neat, and like you define order of systems relative to other systems, and that's probably also a lot cleaner than this fucking thing. God, man. Anyway, we call register system add mob, and so this is the actual like function that gets called. It's actually a system, but like it runs once, so can you really call it a system? Oh no, it is a system kind of. But anyway. And then we're spawning the mob. And this is also messy as heck. Because it's not that bad. Is that bad? It's a little messy. It's kind of messy. It would probably could be split up into smaller functions, but would that even make things any better? They're just splitting up the complexity into more that. What features are best to create what you want? I Neo Hyvanolan. Yeah. What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Yeah, it's what is it? People talk about with avoiding premature abstractions, right? That you should like develop the thing out, do your duplication or whatever, and then once you see the pattern, then you can refactor, and then you actually know what the abstraction that you really need is. So hopefully, I guess a lot of this like boilerplate stuff might not be relevant, but a lot of it kind of will. But yeah, there's like a lot of references to old stuff. I was like building out this separate multi-mesh rendering thing from this node rendering thing because I wanted like to be able to work with stuff in Godot's animation system, things like that for convenience. And then I guess having to compile it every time was getting a little annoying too, but C# also has to compile, so I think of macros 99% of the time what you're doing is too complicated, but then again, Rust is kind of boilerplate city. Yeah, Rust plus ECS. Not that I think Bevy is like horrible or anything. I haven't actually tried making a game purely in Bevy, but doing the kind of integration thing, mixing Godot with Bevy seems to be kind of a pain in the ass, at least the way I'm doing it. I'm sure there's better, cleaner ways that you could do it. You could actually like encapsulate a thing for converting stuff from Godot into Bevy. You could probably set up something like Unity Dots where it's got like a baking system to turn Godot nodes into Bevy entities or something. And that might be easier to work with. Or at least let you do things in the editor or whatever. Living in the woods, if you're gonna be dumb, like cutting with the wrong side of the saw for 5 minutes. It'll be tough enough not to bleed or even notice. Yup. Yup. What's that one meme where it's like, where the guy's like, he breaks his leg, but then he points to his wife is standing over him, and he points to the sign, "We don't call 911 here," or whatever. Because they're living on their own or whatever, and then the wife has to get out the shotgun. Make games, play games, hello. Bevy Godot integration sounds like building IKEA furniture without a manual. I think the way I did it at the very least was kind of like making IKEA furniture without a manual. This is a bit of a mess. Bit of a mess. A bit. It's a bit. Signals, right? So I wanted a way to communicate from Bevy to Godot. And so I wanted to set up signals on the simulation node. And so I set up all these signals. Every time I need to add a signal, I have to add a queue of the actual data, which looks like, what was that, proj signal queue? So I have this resource, so that's a singleton in Bevy, this signal queue resource. And it's just got vectors of all the things. And so when we are at the end of the frame, or the tick, we drain, collect all these vectors into other vectors, and then we emit signals in Godot. And so if I want to add a bajillion items interacting with each other, like, say, how Risk of Rain has items proccing other items, and you create a huge mess on screen, right? Then we're going to be calling a lot of Godot signals, and the performance there is also a concern. Because that means, like, all the item logic is going to end up being in, like, Godot's single-threaded stuff. Maybe that's too much for me to be really concerned about, but still, it doesn't feel great to be doing all this extra stuff for ECS for the sake of ECS for the sake of performance, and potentially not even getting that performance. At the very least, processing the mobs is, well, relatively faster. Hello, Dahlem. Made a mushroom pasta. Nice. That's the thing. I kept going. I did try making a game in Godot plus Bevy, so it's kind of surreal seeing someone else doing the exact same thing. Dude, I should, hold on. What was that one? There's like a YouTube video I just saw that went over like 2 separate Godot Bevy. Yeah, okay, well, I found the thing anyway. This just came out, or 4 hours ago, Migrate to Bevy 0.16 updated. And this is what I probably should have. This is what I wish I had a year ago when I was trying to make this project in the first place, is an integration library like this that hopefully makes things a lot easier. So if I were to refactor this and continue working on it in this way, I'd probably switch over to something like this and let someone else handle all the extra integration code that I don't want to write, that I could write, but it's a goddamn mess. That I tried writing, but ended up with it being a goddamn mess. But yeah, so if you're planning on doing something like this now, right now, as in right now, it just got updated, then use either this library, or there was like one other library I think that was doing something similar. But yeah. This guy got his arms and legs ripped off by a grain thresher. Crawled into his mom's house in the tub with a phone and dialed himself 911 here in Canada. God damn. That's horrifying. ECS makes my brains hurt? Not the parts you'd think, it's more the code style where I'm like, okay, but where's the actual behavior modeled? Yeah. Yeah, it's like really nice in some ways, but also like it's just very different from like object-oriented style of programming, and like not necessarily gonna be better in every case, but yeah, there's probably a decent number of situations where it's like genuinely nicer to think about things in that way, and also just your level of familiar with it, I guess. But yeah, one of the things I was working on in the Unity streams earlier was like a weapon system, right? And I wanted the weapons to be able to use the game object OOP style, and then have the other game logic use the ECS style, which is kind of what I have here, right? With separate Bevy and Godot sides of things. So like all the simulation stuff of like moving enemies and then dealing with enemy collisions, projectile collisions, hit scans, things like that are in the ECS. And then my weapons code, if I open, was it weapon.gd or whatever? Or no, this is a resource. Weapon... Is it primary weapon? Yeah, this thing. Like my weapon code... No syntax highlighting. My weapon code is in GD script in OOP style. So like we have our primary weapon class, and then we have a revolver class that extends from primary weapon, right? And I think OOP works well for this kind of thing, where it literally is an object in the world that has like some functionality. I mean, yeah, it's probably going to be a bit more difficult to think of in terms of ECS. Not impossible, though. I did make that like character controller in ECS, and it basically does the same stuff, but under ECS logic. So if we were to refactor this like ECS style, it would probably be like you have a reload system that handles all this reload logic. You'll have a state component on the weapon, or if it's like in the equipping state or in the firing state or all that. You have an ammo component on the weapon, right? So it's not like impossible, but I do think OOP works well. And another thing, right, is what was it? sometimes you actually want inheritance. Sometimes I actually want to be able to like override a certain function and change the behavior in a subclass, right? It's not always terrible. It can be terrible though. Twitch chat always so lonely. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You'll just need to invite all your friends and tell everyone to watch the Neopolino stream on twitch.tv/Neopolino. And totally not on YouTube. Okay. Why do one of your tabs have, huh? I have that qualm with my game, always wanting to be as performant as possible in Godot. Yeah, it's honestly, that's probably not like terrible, but I guess depending on the game you're trying to make, like me wanting to have as many enemies on screen as possible, ideally, does make it a bit more of a concern for things like performance. If I were doing all like hundreds and hundreds of enemies with unique logic in GD script, then it's gonna incur a decent performance penalty. I'm not entirely sure how much is running it in editor with debug on as opposed to like with debug stuff off, but yeah, it's not definitely not going to be as fast as ECS or something. You mentioned doing the thing first and lifting out abstractions. IMO, that's the best way to go about it. Write the actual code, then abstract out the patterns to that do emerge in practice. Otherwise, you end up writing a lot of code that doesn't actually do anything. Yeah. Yeah, to an extent, right? Like, if you have the foresight to actually choose the correct abstraction or whatever it is, then, you know, that's probably a good thing. That probably works. Yeah, sometimes I'm reading discussions of like, I don't know, higher level, ooh, how do you design an X or a Y? I'm like, oh, huh. Maybe, maybe I'm not as good as I think. Maybe there are people in this world who have more experience with things that I'm trying to learn, and I should respect that and be aware of that. Making a Ghouls and Ghosts-like game so I can see it being decent with performance. Hello, ID10. T-Coder, hello. Hello, nice name. So I can see it being decent with performance. If I was making a Atom roguelike, I'd start learning C++ and make my own game engine. Man, that's like a trap too, right? There's that one Pirate Software short where he's talking about reasons to make your own game engine. 1, for the learning experience. 2, because you need a feature that isn't in other engines. And 3, because of your ego. And never do it because 3. And I feel like making a game is already hard enough. You have to really, really love programming to want to do the extra work of coding your own engine from scratch. And, you know, that is definitely going to take away from your time that you have to work on other things in your game. Right, so if you're okay with that trade-off, if you, for one of the valid reasons, right, wanting to learn more or wanting to develop a feature that's like impossible in other engines, then that's good. I still haven't done it myself though. That would be like months, even years of reading and learning. Which I guess for the love of the game. The love of the game engine. Would be cool. Adom like the NetHack like game. 4, because you need the performance. See, every esports game and anyone actually plays. Yeah. Well, that's more networking, right? Well, actually, well, no. Okay. Here's the other thing about, like, if you need a feature specifically, and you're like, okay, we'll develop our own engine for that. If you're on Unreal, you have access to the source code. If you're on Unity, you don't have access to source code, but like in theory you could, you know, code out your own thing on top of it. Probably, maybe. So maybe this is more for like Unreal, for like larger scale productions. And also you get like pretty good netcode stuff out of the box, right? Anyway, this is like stuff that I haven't really experienced. I guess I need to actually have worked on stuff like that to really know. This is more from me reading forum posts, me reading what other people say about these engines. Cave of Code was made in Unity. Unreal King Unite. Yeah, I still haven't tried it. I guess I'm scared of C++. I hear it's a very opinionated engine, but also blueprints work, but are less performant than C++, obviously. But like the workflow of blueprints plus C++ generally tends to work well. And like if you need to do a specific performance related thing, then you'd do that in C++ and make your own custom blueprint node or whatever. Unreal makes your life so much easier. All right, maybe one day, maybe one day I'll try it out. Like something that wanted to be an esport in Unreal, the performance just wasn't acceptable. I feel like that's on the devs using Unreal to like know the engine well enough to make something performant in it, and not to just use all the off-the-shelf features that are very performance intensive, right? Because these are just tools at the end of the day. It's about how you use the tool, I guess. But I guess we are seeing a lot of games that just don't care that much about performance. Hold your paw. C++ is not scary. Ooh, segmentation faults. Core dumps. Okay, maybe one day. I guess the question is, do I want to deal with the pain in the ass of Rust's borrow checker, or the pain in the ass of trying to track down memory errors in C++? Or just, you know, don't make the memory errors. Simply code better. Just get good. Skill issue. If you're leaking memory, if you're freeing after use, if you're or access after free or whatever, that's a skill issue, man. Unreal Esports died in 2003. I was 1-year-old then. Age doxed. If you want performance, you shouldn't be in Unreal. Should you? Should you? I don't know. I feel like for esports, right? Generally, you're not going to be having a huge world of like a bajillion actors doing little things and stuff. I guess maybe a battle royale would be different. I mean, even Apex is like what, 60 players, right? It's not absurd. Although Apex isn't Unreal, it's in their own fork of Source. Just get better. Yeah, get good helps. Get good is not a git command. Git -- help good. You have to NP that much stuff out of your engine, make it performant. You're going the wrong direction. There's a Rocket League scope of game. It still ran like ass. Damn. For loop 5,000 entities. Isn't that like unironically faster? That's literally data-oriented programming. Is to just do a for loop over, you know, the specific data you're trying to work over. Final shot. Prime's best to be an esport doesn't run well on my PC. Well, I didn't have a GPU. That might be your problem. In current year. Yeah, maybe they're okay. Isn't the major sort of bottleneck is the CPU nowadays, right? Because GPUs can scale faster. They're like just add more cores, and then CPUs, we've hit the end of Moore's law and we're hitting diminishing returns, and you can't like make a single core any faster. So if developers want to make their games faster on the CPU, then they have to do multi-threading or things like ECS, data-oriented design, stuff like that, right? I forgot the point I was trying to make. But man, current year, games are weird. I don't know. St. Davis, low. So you have X3D chips. My Voodoo 3D. That was before my time. I grew up on was it NVIDIA? I had an NVIDIA 9500 GT. Hello, Joe and Parkins. More cash. Running a Ryzen 5 8600G 2023. Good APU. Yeah, I do. I can't speak, man. I've heard good things about the modern like integrated APUs and integrated GPUs, at least relative to like where they were when I was growing up, and they're like slow as hell. More cash. I think a lot of younger programmers forget the importance of optimizing everything you do. I think business needs forget the importance of optimization, because business needs just want the product to be shipped as soon as possible, where the concern is the amount of money you're spending keeping all the devs paid, paying for all the devs, right? Basic 1080p level GPUs are so expensive. When using C++, the important if memory link don't. Simply don't. I don't think you can put an apostrophe in function names. Oh, sorry for the ads. Arc B680. The B570 perfect. The Intel GPUs? Oh yeah, sometimes I forget those are things. Intel Arc. Man. Okay, where the hell, what the hell was I even doing? I was like going over my old ass stinky code that I don't want to deal with anymore, but I'm dealing with just long enough to make this. Actually, part of the reason I'm doing this is because I know that most of the gameplay ideas I want to make can be done in Godot, so in GD script I don't have to worry about touching the Rust code anymore. Even though it's probably not that ridiculous. Anyway, we have a video game. I've been working a bit on sound, look, feel kind of stuff, and then we work the progression, kind of. These drones are going to need to be rebalanced, but anyway, we have a revolver now that maybe feels a little more like a revolver, has a different sound. There's no more pocket reloading, so it's not just like constantly switching weapons and that being kind of annoying. The biggest change is just going away from the wave system to a single wave. It's technically still built on the wave system, so there's still like, we're still on wave 1 with like 99,000 seconds left, but whatever, it's just a prototype that I'm going to scrap. I'm going into this with the mindset that I'm going to scrap this and redo it later in Unity. Is that actually better? I have no idea. Anyway. Gameplay feels satisfying, good job. Thanks. I worked on this like a billion years ago. Ugh. But yeah, I've been like tweaking values and stuff. I did kind of just get bored and lose the plot, I think, when I was last time I tried working on this. I guess there's nothing like really stopping it besides like the whole doubt thing about performance, about like switching between Godot and Bevy, and also just like not like, what's the word? Spending enough time tweaking things to actually feel good. Like coming back to this after having worked on that 2-week jam project, Kuro Management Simulator, kind of left me thinking more about like, oh, okay, I really was not focusing enough on the visuals. Again, it's a prototype, but like you should at least polish it to the point where you get the feeling across, you get the vibes across, I guess. That reload animation's a little broken. Can I one-shot? Oh yeah, we got enough damage to one-shot body shot these. Yeah, power scaling. That's another thing that I've been trying to think about with reworking things gameplay-wise, is sort of get the feeling of power scaling to be there as much as possible. Anyway. Little red dots. I had a moment where I reworked things to... Oh, the drone. Oh my god, looks so bad. I reworked things so that, what was it? The XP was replaced with blood, and it was like mostly visual, but I felt like it was actually less effective than... I thought it was a cool idea, but I think it's less effective than having these glowing blue XP gems. Oh my god. 4 pierce! Oh my god. You can pierce so many. Look at that. The pierce upgrade really makes a difference against crowds. And that's fun. That's one of the things that... was it? I'm like trying to refocus on. It's like, oh, now I can line them up. And that's like a cool, unique gameplay mechanic that you don't really see in... I guess traditional survivors like you do have. What's it? Pierce and stuff on certain weapons, but it doesn't feel the same as like in 3D. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? I grabbed the garlic drone. Still called garlic because of Vampire Survivors. Okay. Anyway, that's the game in its current state right now. Moving away from the wave-based format, we're trying to, what's it? Make you feel the upgrades as much as possible. Did you mention needing a solution for knowing if enemies are nearby and using sound? Yes. I guess in theory I could like send signals from Bevy to Godot and play sounds with my like sound manager class. But that seems... I'm just not going to worry about it because I know that I have a solution for Unity when I remake this in Unity. It'd be interesting having to make do with lesser weapons while your better ones reload in the background. That was a feature originally. And actually, no, I have a variable here that I can set right now, frickin' now. Hold on, if I go into, whatever, weapon, primary weapon? I even made these variables. Where the heck was it? Okay, here, pocket reload and then pocket secondary reload. I can just set this to true and we can test that out. Because last time I made this game, I feel like it devolved into just rapidly switching between every weapon. And... what's the word? Rapidly switching between every weapon and then just pressing a secondary fire button, which is basically like an ultimate in frickin' hero shooter games or whatever. And it just wasn't really working, I think. I don't know, maybe I didn't explore it enough, but we can try it out this time. So we have pocket reload now, so I'm gonna probably try and skip the drones because they're a bit unbalanced at the moment. Damn, that fire rate increases a lot. Probably too much. Alright, there's our DPS. No health. Eventually we'll have like healing items and stuff, so maybe more incentive to use the healing stuff. I could make spawns based on your how fast you're killing them, I know DRG Survivor does that, so like if you're ahead, then you're still getting like a ton of spawns, and it's not like you're not like bored. All right, super fast reload. Those reload upgrades are powerful. Blah, blam, blam, blam. Okay, now we grab the rocket launcher, and now they have pocket reload, so it looks like this. Oh yeah, another thing. I don't have a, what was it, like a weapon switch state. So your weapon switches are instant. And I feel like that would be cool as an upgrade, but maybe not as like the default behavior. Also, there's rocket jumping. By the way, my game is rocket jumping. It's still kind of, there's like not much reason to move around besides, I guess, just collecting XP at the moment. But I'm gonna add items and stuff. Or like the chest from Risk of Rain is what I want to add. Alright, rocket launcher damage, sure. And enemy scaling, I guess. Do we even add... That's the word. Yeah, so this is actually what I kind of wanted to avoid by moving away from pocket reload. Is that now the game sort of devolves into rapidly switch between all the weapons that have their ammo off cooldown. Which, I mean, it's arguably fun? I guess? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it could be like a slower version of pocket reload. Well, speed loader on the revolver. Oh my god. Anyway, I haven't really defined the spawns here. So we're kind of just ahead. Mag. Dog mace, watering grounds, even if I warned him not to. Yep, I made slop FPS game. Make more sense for it to be jib chunks, because in the late game you're getting lots of XP, and a lot of bright blue balls won't fit in. Having blood flying towards you is sick. What did I... Actually, that's an idea. Hold on. We could try it. It's just not the... It's more about the vibe. Okay, so we have, well, here we go. Simulation. Here, pick up multi-mesh. Let's save this somewhere. XP pickup. And what if I just simply swap that with... I'd like test jib. We had this. So this isn't actually like a visual jib, so maybe we should separate that out from the XP chunk jib. Okay, so in this pickup multi-mesh, quick load the jib. Did I save that? Oh my god. Save as. Oh no, we did. Or rather, it's a sphere mesh? Hold on. Pick up, quick load. Oh no, it's a multi-mesh. Wait. Make unique. Save as... You know, no, let's override the... Oh, is that going to mess up the editor? Yeah, that's probably going to mess things up in the editor. Hold on. XP, pickup, cube. Okay, we keep the multi-mesh, we load the test jib. We make this unique and make it unshaded, I think. And then maybe make it a bit bigger, so like 0.2, 0.2. Is that too big? Eh, whatever. All right, let's try it. Great minds think alike. Do you find rapidly switching between weapons not fun? I thought it was a big element in Doom Eternal. I think it is. Generally? Good thing? Cool thing? I think it gets tiring in a game like this, though. In Doom Eternal, right, the pace is sort of set by you going to the arena and fighting demons. Right, and so they can pace things out by having, you know, calm moments in the level where you're sort of exploring, I guess. Although that is generally like a all gas no brakes kind of game, right? But what is my gripe about it? This I see more as like a sort of casual popcorn game with the depth, with the potential for like deep gameplay, and I think having it too fast, at least like in the beginning, I'd rather there be like a gradual increase in pace. And so if you give the player like super fast weapon swaps or like just encouraging them to constantly weapon swap in the beginning, then I feel like it might get like too tiring or overwhelming at first. Also, I can't get my game capture to capture the game yet for some reason. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay. But yeah, I think it could work. I think we'd want to make swap speed a stat that you upgrade though. So then, like when you're starting, what's the word? Or even to have like pocket reload be a stat that gets upgraded. So it's not like super fast at the beginning, I guess. Oh, we made the XP jibs and the regular jibs indistinguishable. Oops. Let me see if I can fix that. Go back into here. Make this material unique. Make this shaded. Yeah, make this shaded, but then the pickup jibs are unshaded. Make for a great rare / light game perk. Yeah. Add progression to it and not just give the player that from the start. Oh, here we go. Can even code in the jar of fluid. Yup. God damn it. What part of make unique does not make this unique? Am I crazy? Crazy? I was crazy once. Shading unshaded. Oh my god, the material is shared. What the fuck? Because it's not in the fucking... Is it because I didn't make the mesh unique? Make unique recursive. Okay. Go back to test jib. Mesh make unique recursive. Material per pixel. Okay, I think that fixes it. Could be cool in theory since it's an extra challenge, otherwise the danger is easily settling into a favorite weapon, never changing. Maybe with faster reloading your current weapon. I've been thinking about that too, and how to sort of combat that, I guess with just randomness. Like, I think I had a whole section in my design doc somewhere. It's like reasons to switch weapons in an FPS game. Let me see if my notes are open. Oh my god. Where am I? Okay, notes. The notes. Somewhere in this is a design thing for like ammo management. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do I have any reasons to... I swear, it was in one of my notes things somewhere. Whatever, I can just paraphrase from my head. Okay, so the concern is, right, that you're just gonna upgrade the same weapon over and over again, like this pistol, and then you won't have any reason to switch to other weapons. So in other FPS games, typically you do just stick to your primary weapon or whatever. And then for like reasons to switch weapons, it's because you're out of ammo in the magazine, and then switching to your secondary is faster than reloading. As the famous Call of Duty loading screen tip suggests, right? So that's one reason, but then maybe the concern is in this game, it's like roguelike kind of game, the damage numbers are going to make it so it's like completely irrelevant to switch to your other weapon. And so you will basically only want to stay on the same weapon ever. And there won't really be a reason to switch back to the other weapon. One thing you could do to mitigate that maybe is just to have like the weapons interact in different ways. Like in Ultra Kill, you could go through the game just running the single piercer revolver or whatever, and then never switching weapons. But that's boring, and the game wants you to switch weapons. And so there's like crazy combos you can do with the different weapons. There's... Oh god, I'm kind of struggling to yap while also actually playing the game. There's like crazy combos you can do with the weapons. There's a style system to also encourage you to switch weapons. Right, so maybe that's one way we could do it. I'm still not entirely sure what would be best for this game specifically. It's kind of probably not a good thing. But I guess another thing you can do is just sort of even out the upgrades in some way. Another idea I had was to make your reload speed upgrades not tied to the weapon, but like universal. So then you don't end up with reloading this one weapon is faster than switching to the other weapon, so I never want to switch weapons. Another thing is, maybe this isn't even a problem that necessarily needs to be solved, right? It can still be fun to just upgrade one weapon to a super weapon and then not really switch weapons, maybe in other FPS roguelikes, in like Gunfire Reborn or in RoboQuest. But you run the risk of it being kind of the same, monotonous. Hold down the trigger and then you're kind of doing the same thing. So one thing I want to do is try and give utility to things like alt fires. So I have this one idea that's like a whip primary fire, but then it's a grappling hook in the secondary fire. And so maybe your reason to switch to that weapon is to use it for the grappling hook, and then maybe the grappling hook also interacts with the primary fire in a certain way, and then you have like reason to switch. Still not sure. Still kind of, I don't know. Left 4 Dead zombie AI would not only smart but cool. Yeah, the Left 4 Dead zombies are really cool. They're like running at you and they're screaming, and they sort of go around you to the side like that. That could be cool. Right now they literally just follow you and they push each other away, so then it creates like a mob that's chasing you. Circumstance could be another reason. Having to fight fast zombies in Ravenholm, great example. That's the exact moment they give you a shotgun. Yeah. So like the revolver, if I upgrade the Pierce, then maybe the reason I switch to it is because I see a big lineup opportunity. So weapon niches, yeah, there's another big reason to be switching weapons. I made the jibs bigger, huh? Bigger universally. That's another thing I wanted to not do. Okay, whatever. Alright, I was gonna spend the stream, like, messing with the spawn rates. Mostly, I think. But yapping is good, too. The yapping is fine, too. One thing I do need to do is probably add scaling to the enemies. I have this enemy level in the top right corner. I even have a system sort of developed out, but it was built for the wave system, so I need to build it for timer system. But yeah, weapon niches is the other big reason you'd want to switch weapons. And so maybe you can upgrade the weapon to the point where it's better to just stay on the same weapon. But like generally, it'll be useful to just, you know, switch in the optimal circumstance. If you see a group of enemies, then take out the rocket launcher and blow them up or whatever. Oh god, the drone. You need more than 3 weapons and at least a 5th of them as a joke weapon. I had more weapons actually. I deliberately took them out so I could spend more time like polishing out each one before I even like, or before I really add them to this gameplay prototype thing. Boom. 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 These zombies get 5 big booms. Crowbar. 15 different weapons and 3 joke weapons. Yeah. I think I do want to do melee weapons. What I'd really like is a more in-depth melee system like, I like Killing Floor 2's melee system. I think that's fun and satisfying. Melee, but with headshots. One is a large fish, functions like the sword, but has a huge knockback and low damage. I do want to make knockback a thing. Or like an important part of the game. Right now we technically have knockback. Like this revolver, I think, pushes them back. It's kind of hard to see. It doesn't really stun them or anything. Oh my god. Yeah, the other thing, I don't have actual collisions, so the enemies like push you back when they run into you. Oh my god. What the heck is going on? Greed or... yeah, greed. Oh no. I'm getting surrounded. What the heck? I'm actually having fun with the game. That's crazy. Sure, I'll get bored of it eventually. Right, SMG. I'm dead. Okay, great. Righteous Bison, but good. Righteous Bison would be good in this. Infinite Pierce. Squeaky Hammer, inflatable hammer that squeaks when you hit an enemy, dealing low damage. Yeah, I wanted to add was it the TF2 flamethrower with the air blast, and make like knockback a big thing, and also let it reflect projectiles and stuff. But yeah, making like knockback and environmental kills a thing, because I think those are cool. Oh, assertion failed. Wait a minute. Display card. Base upgrade. is null? What the hell? Hello, schizophrenic glitter. This live stream reminds me of Raven's Vindication episode 2 a little. Huh? Okay then. Base upgrade's null? Wait. Oh, did we not reset the pools correctly? Get up. Wait. Yeah, I think we messed up in item util. We're not resetting the pools correctly. Somewhere. I think. Hold on. Upgrade pool. Reset player upgrades. What's the upgrade rarity pools? I think. Was it upgrade rarity? Wait. Where the hell even was this? This thing specifically. Upgrade pool? Upgrade pool. Huh? It's an array of weapon upgrades? Weapon upgrade rarity pool. Yeah, we gotta clear the... Where do we even... Hold on, where do we set this? Weapon upgrade rarity pool. When you add a primary, we append the... Right, okay. So that means we clear the weapon upgrade rarity pool in... Where is it? I guess in reset upgrade pool. Weapon upgrade rarity pool clear. There, that should fix it. That'd be perfect from a threat management aspect. Sorry, which thing were we talking about? We were talking about knockback, were we talking about other mechanics? But yeah, knockback would be cool. Which I guess technically we already have, but like maybe more focus on knockback. Oh no. Game capture, please. Okay, there we go. Special shotgun fires chainsaws instead of bullets. Ultra kill reference. Ultra kill sawed on shotgun reference. God, ultra kill is such creative weapon ideas. Even if like half of them are references to other things. It's still really cool that he put all those in an FPS game. Yeah. Okay. What the hell was I even gonna do? I kinda need to use the bathroom. When's the next Twitch ad break? Who's even... Oh, okay. In like 8 minutes. Alright, whatever. We'll keep going for a bit. Squirrel on a stick? Squirrel on a stick. Summons. Summon an army of ants. That's how I'll tie in my ant YouTube rabbit hole addiction into this weapon that summons ants. Anyway, I should probably at least write down like a to-do list or something for the stream, maybe. To do? Oh my god. Wait, this is from Kuro Management Simulator when we were doing the art. Alright, there goes the show feed and text rod. Alright, to do. Define spawns. Get money from kills. Add chests. Not sure if we'll get to all these this stream. I might end up yapping for like most of this, but Shotgun that blows up after 4 shots. Also Ultra Kill reference. The charge, the pump shotgun. Oh, that's a legendary. That's a 1% chance, by the way. I should adjust the jib size. Hold up. Okay, here's the, what was it? The test jib. We doubled it in size for we wanted the pickup to be doubled in size. Ah, not that. Okay, there's your test jib. And then the pickup jib should be the same. Yeah, okay. There we go. You never made the suspicious doll? Yeah, I never made the suspicious doll. Sorry, I can't make every single idea you have for the video game. Okay, there we go. Now we have like the visual jibs separated from like the pickup jibs. Honestly, I'm still not sure. It feels a little weird to have them like glowing like that. So I might make them shaded again. How's the volume, by the way? I think the game audio is like maybe a little loud. I mean, it's kind of loud for me just playing it, so maybe. Nice, came with the Wii Shop theme. Yeah, let's go. We love Wii Shop theme. We love Wii Shop thing. Hello. Hello, Aaron TTV. Game audio is good? Alright. Thanks. I still feel like I don't have a great idea of, like, what's the word? How audio is supposed to get quieter with distance. I feel like in... what's the word? In-game engines, like, the default way that the audio gets quieter just feels a little weird. But that's probably, like, a sound design thing, right? Where you play the same audio file just like slightly quieter, it won't actually sound like it's coming from further away. Like there's other processing that you need to do to like really get it to sound like it's actually coming from further away, or just use multiple different audio files. I think DRG does that. Deep rock. I don't even need the more damage. Rock and stone. Good, just game Devin. Nice, nice, welcome. Naughty dog being naughty again. Yeah, here's my totally unique video game studio name. So it's called Naughty Dog. Ugh. Okay, the blood's getting a little hard to see past. Anyway. Oh yeah, one of the reasons I think I was bored with the old version of the game is just it started you with too much mobility. You could just jump over like the enemies and sort of lost the feeling of, I don't know, outmaneuvering these enemies. Okay, we hit the one-shot breakpoint on the pistol. Nice. Ass cream dog games. Ass cream. Ass cream? Yeah, I'm feeling like weapon swapping should at least start slow. Like, if the player has to reach the point, like, deep into an endless run where the optimal way to play is, like, hyper fast switching weapons, then maybe that's fine? Probably. It's probably fine. Maybe. I don't know. I guess we'd have to, like, test it out and actually play it to really know. I think my my concern with making the game too fast is that I don't think it works well for this kind of game. Where in like other really fast games, you die fast and you respawn fast. You get to retry really fast. And if you're doing like a challenge run or whatever, then you have to actually try and make it through the whole level without dying. Right? But like even making it through the whole level, getting a P rank and ultra kill, right? That level is probably less than 10 minutes long. So like that isn't even that much of like a time investment if you die then, right? Versus in a longer roguelike like Risk of Rain style kind of game, which I guess this game is kind of trying to go for. If you, what's the word? If it's too fast, then it's gonna get tiring. You're not gonna like wanna play another run. But I think I would like it for the option to be there. Or if you wanna like really push the game to its limits, really go into an endless run or whatever, then it should speed up with your sort of ability to survive. That if you go like really far into the game, then that's when we like, what's the word? I think that's the boss enemy. Did they even fire a projectile? Then that's when it should like really speed up. Wow. Alright, we killed the boss. It didn't have a health bar or anything. It's just dead. Explosion radius up. Oh, that's why we weren't seeing it, because it's a rare upgrade. I could barely feel that difference. Maybe it should be like a linear increase as opposed to percentage. Endurance / speed mode. I think the idea is for there to be an endless mode where you really push the game to its limits and you're like going hyper gamer mode. And like normal mode will end with like a boss fight or something at 30 minutes, 20 minutes even. 20 or 30 minutes. Oh my god. Thank you guys. Oh my god. I haven't even gotten this far. In testing. I guess part of that is the pocket reload. Well, okay. Ads are on. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Because I need to go. Okay, BRB. Hello. I guess the whole like game being too fast worry could just be based on like, or what's the word? We could just like define the pace with the enemy spawns, right? Where if like quick switching weapons becomes like too annoying for the player, then we just have breaks in the spawns, right? And that'll fix things. Oh god. There's so many spawns. Fire rate. You only have a mag size on the rocket launcher. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still thinking about the whole like quick switching thing, because I played Doom Eternal and I really liked it. So I'm one of the people who weren't like put off by that. I know that there's like all this discussion of like is that kind of combat fun or not? And like some people apparently didn't like it, which is part of the reason they sort of switched things up the other way for Doom the Dark Ages, right? No matter how good you make your game, I will find a way to break it once I get my hands on it. Good, I need you on the QA team. You're in my QA team. I'm starting to think I should buff the rocket launcher. I'm gonna make it have this long of a cooldown. At least make like the explosion radius upgrades more easily accessible. Oh, okay. Alright, well. What do I want to work on now? Or do I just want to yap? I might just save the to-dos for either off stream or a later stream, where I'm actually more focused on work, but I kind of just want to show you guys what I've been working on. What was it? Part of what I did the other days was just work on the visuals. I added these oh my god, what the hell are these errors? I had this drone model, which one of the things I wanted to work on was just to place these so they're not just on your screen. They're like actual drones that follow you around and have like a little helicopter spinning quadcopter sound. Best candidate for QA tester. Yeah, the best kind, the unpaid QA. Sorry, that was a joke. It's more that I am a small guy and I don't have the budget to actually pay for a QA, so we'll do a lot of public testing at some point. I'm still not sure when I want to like make a demo for this, because what's it? This is mainly so I can test out gameplay ideas. I think I will release it at some point. And that point will probably be the time where I'm like, okay, this is fun, and I'm ready to switch over to Unity and like make this for real. Which is, I don't know, kind of up in the air, I guess. But yeah, in the past week while I was off stream, one of the things I did was we have this pistol thing. Originally, this is what the drones were, but I gave it an actual material. I added the reload animation. The shoot animation, I think I tweaked a tiny bit. Just made these in in Godot. I suppose in the future I'll make them in Blender. And then also have like some procedural animation for I think we already have. Is it the movement of the weapons is somewhere? Somewhere? And trauma. Trauma. We love trauma. Do we move the position of the weapon? Yeah, weapon bob, weapon sway, weapon tilt. Yeah, it's in the. This stuff is in the player script. But yeah. I don't need your money. I have McDonald's. Nice. Get that McDonald's money. I was just watching like 2 separate videos on how fast food is cooked itself. It's overpriced, and the fast casual chains are out competing them now because fast food like gave up on the low price bracket market. Which, yeah, I'm really feeling that. Returns the amount of time passed in milliseconds since the engine started. Huh. Always be positive or 0 uses 64 value. I'll wrap after roughly 500 million years. Dude, I just watched a video from someone. Was it Kaz? Yeah, it was Kaz Emanuar talking about the Mario 64 engine. And supposedly talking about how time in video games will break because they use floating point values. Although this returns an int. This returns a 64-bit int, so actually it's totally fine. It will wrap after roughly 500 million years, it says in the description here. But yeah, I just watched a video from like Kaz Emanuar talking about don't use floating point numbers for time in video games if you aren't like resetting that timer, because otherwise the floating point precision will kick in and then your timer will stop. And there's like a visual in the paintings of Mario 64, but specifically it's like the rippling water effect on was it in Dire Dire Docks? What was I saying? In Dire Dire Docks, in the metal floor into Hazy Maze Cave, and those animations break because they're using like floating point values, but it takes like years for it to break. Oh yeah, and then he talked about there's another timer bug on the level on the star select screen. If you wait for long enough, there's like an int value that wraps around. If you wait like a year, then it wraps around for the delay before you can pick a star. And if you wait long enough, it wraps around to like -2 billion, and you have to wait another like year before you can actually select a star. Cheese dog games. Cheese dog. Dog. Man. This like, I feel like looking at Godot code is very unfitting for the Wii Shop theme, but whatever. It's great. Floating point error is a thing, should be considered when you calculate a new value based on the previous frame value. Dude, I'm literally using floats for some timers, but I make sure to never like keep incrementing them forever. In was it primary weapon? These timers? Yeah, these timers are floats. Theoretically, if you had a weapon that had like years and years of reload time, if your weapon's reload time took like 1,000 years or something, then you would probably run into some floating point timer errors. But yeah, whatever. Whatever. Actually, yeah. Microseconds would... Or actually, is it milliseconds? Ah. Yeah, counting in milliseconds would probably be good enough for a lot of these cases. Okay. What was I even gonna do? besides yap. If you play a sine wave tone... Hello, Femboy Cultist. Counter-Strike average reload time is 1k plus years. Yeah. Round starts, your guns start unloaded, so you have to hit the reload button, and then it takes 10 years for the gun to reload, and the round's already over. So everyone just uses knives. Play a sine wave tone generated based on time without wrapping it actually starts lowering in pitch after a minute or so due to floating point imprecision. Really? Neat. Oh god, I just cracked my neck. Ah, I should stretch more. I should move more. I should touch grass more. I was doing some reading outside the other day. I was reading a book on game design. It was the one that was basically the main point of the book was that game. Fun is when you learn something new. And games are about like you get fun from games because you discover something new. And like the more deep a game is, the more ability you'll have to like learn from it, learn about it. Rewriting my game's code? Nice. Always refactor. Refactor early, refactor often. Something I haven't really done for this project, but I'm gonna throw it away, so so that's fine, right? Book title? I forgot. Hold on. Hold on. I can look at my A Theory of Fun for Game Design by Raf Koster. That's the book. A Theory of Fun for Game Design. It was okay. It was a little dated. I feel like half the book was on... Half the book was about the fun from video games comes from players learning things. And half the book was on the importance of video games as art, which I feel like was a very 2010s oriented discussion. I mean, now we're just trying to survive, man. We're just trying to make a game people enjoy. Maybe the bar's been lowered a bit. Fuck it, I'm bored and I'm gonna make TF2 in Unity and PS1 style. Like, yeah, what's that? There's like that, the models someone made. There's like some fan-made models. They're like PS1 and 64 style TF2 models. Game Feel is another good book, has so much useless filler. The more you can do, the more you can, you can learn more to do, the more, and furthermore, out hot eat the food. Yes. Yes. Amazing. Amazing literature. Give this man Pulitzer Prize. I just want a movement shooter of mecha and vehicle combat. Yaoi dating sim elements. Dude. Heck yeah. Part of me kind of wants to add, or was it? I kind of want to add, like, Titanfall references in this game. I want to add Titans to this game. Or, well, just mechs, I guess. I don't know how that'll work well. One thing I do want to add is, like, Titanfall movement elements. The sliding, the wall running, the cool stuff. But have those as, like, upgrades that you get. Yoinking that idea. Yeah, just steal his idea. Just steal my idea, dude. Just, here, have my design doc again. Have my design docs. These are my inspirations. Yeah. It's kind of a lot. I should probably add Titanfall here also. Just because the movement. I've been thinking more about it. My critique of Vampire Hunters. Oh yeah, I freaking wrote that there. High level design goals. Capture the feeling of power scaling while still having solid FPS foundation, movement, and gunplay. Options for more passive playstyle or more active playstyle. I guess I don't have that yet with like upgrade choices. Early game that feels like Killing Floor or COD Zombies in terms of like player power, scaling, and then late game feeling like Serious Sam or Doom. One thing I've noticed is that actually you're pretty decently powerful in Killing Floor, even. Like if you, especially if you're like reload canceling and stuff, you're literally dealing more damage, I guess relatively, than like at the start of my game. But that's kind of the point, I guess. There's one yaoi mecha game on itch.io. The project was abandoned for like 2 years. I added to my favorites because it never got updated. The next day it was deleted off itch. Holy shit. Everything is temporary. Everything will be deleted. Always back up everything. You never know. Especially with like small indie VTubers, I feel. There's like a decent chance that like you might be the only one who archives a stream or a piece of content or whatever before they do the artist delete everything and start over or whatever. Or the join a corpo and have to private all the old content kind of thing. Which is honestly one of the things I've been thinking about. Not that I'm planning anything soon, but like if I want to like really refocus this channel on game dev, then I'm probably going to want a clean like video feed that is entirely focused on the one thing, because that's like what you're supposed to do on YouTube for like audience reasons, because that is generally what an audience wants if they click on your channel and look at your other videos. Hashtag delete Neil Paulino. Delete me. I think I would put everything in an unlisted playlist if I did something like that. Like I'd have some way to access it. I'll probably keep them like unlisted as opposed to privated or whatever. But I don't know, just one thing to think about for the future. One of my aspirations is make a Yuri VN. Some actual gameplay. I want... Oh god, wait. Hold on. Where's that one... That one tweet? I think it's in my likes somewhere. Oh god, I've liked too many things. I added John Ultrakill to Velatro. Here. This. Wait. Sorry, it's whatever. This flings a coin for scoring. Shooting coin grants you 2 times volt, 2 times chips. You guys can't hear us, just playing the cyber grind. And he fucking clicks on the coin. It does the fairy sound from Ultrakill. That's what I thought of when you talked about a Yuri VN of actual gameplay. Like adding things that are like totally not part of the genre, but like mixing genres in like unhinged ways like this. Adding real-time elements to your turn-based strategy game. They probably lost interest or funds when I added to my faves. The account owner got a notification and was like, don't need this anymore. Oh my god. Oh, yep. Sees notification on old project. Oh, yep, forgot to delete this. So that no one can see it. Guess who's home from the psychiatric hospital? Welcome back, Luna Gladius. Hello. Hope you had a good time at the psychiatric hospital. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. Ultrakill fans be like, why does the robot have a womb? Breedable. Best case is Space Quest 3. The real-time aspect is wait for 2 guards to leave. Yuri robot gambling VN deck building roguelike. Sorry, roguelite. Dude, I could go on a whole tangent about the freaking roguelike versus roguelite debate. I feel like I feel like around, like, by the late 2010s, the roguelite purists, the roguelike purists, the ones who are like, roguelike is a game that is like Rogue, and all these other games are roguelites. I feel like they lost that battle, like, in the late 2010s. I feel like anyone continuing to argue for, like, the pure definition of roguelike and every other game is a roguelite, I feel like that battle's already lost, man. Every new game that's coming out with roguelike elements, that's a roguelike. No one's gonna care about your purity for the term roguelike. You sped up the game, look at the same amount of time waiting because they wanted to mess with the player. If you typed wait in the action commands, it'd come back and say this isn't a text adventure. I'm on the Dosh stance that more people should be calling them Isaac likes. Honestly, that's... I mean, the name itself isn't great, but I can see where you're coming from. Like, these games are definitely taking more from Binding of Isaac than from, well, Rogue, right? Same time, I don't really care. I kind of also don't really care. Adds inventory system. Yeah, my game has roguelike elements. Yeah, it's like Rogue. It's like Rogue. Whatever genres are still named X-like at this point. Like, there's arguments about Survivors like versus Bullet Heaven. Still, I kind of like Bullet Heaven more. But I also heard like Storm Survivors, Horde Survivors. I kind of like those names too. There's this one article I read, actually. Where was it? From How to Market Your Indie Game or something that talked about, I think they called it hyper hardcore to describe Vampire Survivors. And obviously no one else really uses that term, but I thought it was interesting. Like, he made a lot of good points that the selling points of Vampire Survivors, it's actually deep and has good gameplay. Like, people meme on it for being like a casual, hyper casual game, but it's really not. Like, the dodging of enemies and collecting XP gems has a lot more nuance to it than people sort of let on, or people talk about. Related game to have been considered going for part of Handmade Hero. Goes through building a game from the ground up with no engine. It's quite a bit, but might be good content. That's my concern, is the amount of effort required to do something like that. But that does sound like something genuinely interesting that I might consider doing if I wasn't so hyper-focused on this project right now. But yeah, I've heard of that series. And it would probably be good to know more about like game engines in general. Although now I'm trying to learn like Unity dots, and that is kind of a different way of organizing things. But probably not completely incompatible with, you know, learning regular game dev, game engine stuff. Last two VNs I've played through have actual honest-to-God fight scenes during which you choose your character's moves. Oh my god. Forcing you to play a PS2 broke. You play a latest Survivors game, I mean the ones that exactly the same as all the others. True. Fair. What's the last Survivors? Most recent Survivors game that I've really gotten into is probably DRG Survivor. And even that was like over a year ago, I think. But yeah, I put a ton of hours into Brotato. Put a bit into Soulstone Survivors. Played a tiny bit of Death Must Die. They're all kind of different in their own ways, but yeah. 2D especially is feeling kind of similar. Part of the reason I want to make this game is just because I don't really see a good meaty FPS game in the Survivors like genre, and I feel like there's a gap there. And of course, Vampire Hunters exists. I've literally mentioned their game like a decent number of times. I've been playing it a bit too. I don't think any of the new like content updates really sort of changed the game all that much. It is kind of just still a lot of the same stuff. A lot of the lack of feeling in some things. But a new game genre called Gooner-like? Goon Life? Goonlight? It's a day 25 learned quite a lot, especially how to architect your base layer to enable fast iteration. Easy hot reloading, input replay. Yeah. Yeah, those. Hot reloading. Good. Which I guess Godot does have. I just, what was it? Sometimes when I'm... what's the word? Actually, can you hot reload GDX engine? I'm not sure. It's just like my setup makes it kind of annoying to do, or like the sort of shape of my game makes it hard to... I do a bunch of setup stuff in some scripts, and then if I like make a change, then it's not like immediately reflected. It's not like I can change the values on one weapon because I like instantiated it already, and then supplying a bunch of... Actually, can I? Just space value damage stuff like that? Oh, whatever. Isn't Gooner-like just gacha games like Nikkei? I mean, you're not wrong. I haven't even played gacha games since Project Sekai, which isn't really like Gooner. Or no, it's really not Gooner at all. But also, I feel like people worry too much about that sort of the is Gooner, is not Gooner stuff too much online nowadays. You like Sneaky? Jacob makes him feel tingly. I will say that art and animation is very impressive. Genuinely. It's like setting a new standard for, you know, live 2D animation. We're seeing like artists who worked on Nikkei working on live 2D models, and you know, I feel like the gacha live 2D scene or industry is like very intertwined with the VTuber industry now, which I guess is great for like the quality of models that can be made. Not that it's going to be very accessible to the average VTuber or whatever. Can't create light objects during runtime in BG, so I got desperate, asked ChatGPT, it basically told me to make 500 lights in a hidden scene and move them to the active scene. Bro, does ChatGPT even have good advice on, I don't know, Blender game engine? I guess the modern AI assistants, you can like send them links to the docs and have them actually like, read the docs and summarize things for you. But I don't know. I hate BG, I hate BG, I hate BG. Continues to use it. Man. Shiny bean. Bean. What was I doing? ChatGPT is just a data summary tool. You better Google, pretty much useless for anything else in my experience. Yeah, I used it a bit, although it was a while ago. Although it was probably... I don't know, I haven't really given the new AI coding assistants or whatever a chance, probably because they're all paywalled, so... Meh. Maybe one day we can do like a vibe coding stream. For the meme, although we're kind of late to that meme. The bean looks so yummy, I bet it tastes like cherry. Cherry flavored bean. That's why all the enemies want to get a piece of you. You're a Mike and Ike. Or a Tic Tac. Or something. Covered in red 40. Delicious red number 40. And the red number 40 is a rare sought out possession now that we're shifting away from red 40. Alright. What else is on my mind? What else do I even care about, want to talk about? Money? In the game money, I mean. So I literally wrote it on the to-dos. Get money from kills. So we can do that. On pickup collected. We have like on mob died. Yeah, here. We could add. We'd have to go through the ECS code if we wanted to add a new field to the like mob died report. So for now, let's just do something like. How many export bars do I have? Money on kill is a. Where's my money? Where's my money? In the game, I mean. Where do I even start that? Is it in game state? Money isn't in. Okay. Let's set that to 4, I guess. And then on mob died, we just game state add dot money plus equals money on kill. I guess that doesn't have to even be here. Okay, whatever. This is this throwaway code. Someday we'll actually worry about making this clean. Spicy cinnamon candy. Yeah, it's a red hot. Back in my day, we painted the barn of red 40. Back in my day. Nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the $2 Canadian random perp. Greedy dog asking for a sugar daddy. When did I ask? When did I ask? Okay. There we go. Your money value increases every time you get a kill. On kill. If we really want to juice it, we'd add like effects or something. Which we have visually, but no sounds. When you demanded money. Oh yeah, I guess I did. Money. Money now. Thank you. Alright. What are we doing? What else can we even do? Like, in the context of this stream. I guess there's a lot, yeah, that I still probably want to add. So I want to add the chest from Risk of Rain, but we don't have an interactable system. Which would start with an input, and then I guess we just add like a base script. Just an interactable script. And then put that on like a collider that checks for the player, I guess. And we don't have to touch the Rust side at all, yeah. Should be fine. Should be fine. What do I want to do? I want to turn Pocket Reels off again, just because I think that should be an upgrade or something, which we could, yeah, make it an upgrade. We already have the logic to do that in apply unique upgrade. Look, more OOP. OOP doing OOP things. Rendering device Vulkan? What the heck? Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about this yet. I stubbed my toe. One of the things that happened over the past week since my last stream, I stubbed my toe. Like, really bad. and it was like bruised, and I think I fractured it or something, but it healed in like 2 or 3 days, and I was able to walk again. But like the pain, it was bad. It was like bruised all over, and when I was walking, like I couldn't put any weight on the toe. It was a little toe, it was the pinky toe. But like I couldn't put any weight on it, or else it was like really painful. Stubbed my toe, then it healed. Then I stubbed it again and broke the nail. Damn. But yeah, it's been like almost a week now. It's much better. I can move it around. Just a tiny bit of weird feeling. Last time I stubbed my toe, I had to pick the toenail out of the flush under it. Oh, jeez. That's what she said. What did she say? But yeah, my little toe is doing better. Still not sure if I can like run on it or anything, but I can walk at least. Yeah, what else? I fixed a toilet. I had a running toilet, and my dad was gonna like was gonna replace the whole fill valve, the fill valve. And then I looked up a video online, and I saw that the guy like open up the fill valve and take out this tiny rubber gasket and like and just wash it off, and he put it back on. And so I tried that, and it worked. So no fill valve replacement needed. Save yourself some money. Just open the fill valve, take that little rubber washer gasket thing, and just clean that off. By that he means he clogged it. No, it was running. It wasn't clogged. Ah! Isn't red Ford the food coloring that's banned everywhere, and American corporations pretended it was a new thing they discovered? That people gave people cancer when it was banned for like 50 plus years now. I hear that about a lot of chemicals still used in American food. There's this one, I saw this one short that was like American M&Ms versus Canadian M&Ms, and it was like in Canada they have laws against using these specific artificial food colors. Neo! Hi, Cute Flamingo. Hello. What's it gonna do? Are we gonna do items first, or are we gonna... What else? I guess it's items and then difficulty scaling. I guess we start with items so that we can get like player scaling, and then we do like difficulty scaling. So actually, yeah, we can do a new 3D scene. And we add an area 3D. Area 3D needs a child collision shape 3D. Collision shape 3D needs a shape. We do a sphere shape 3D. And 1 meter is probably fine, right? So somewhere we have, what's it? Collision layers. And then masks. Forget which thing. Scenes. Let's do interactables. Chest. All right, this is chest. Chest. Do Smarties wrong in the States? Americans call Smarties, we call rockets. The Smarties are small candy-covered chocolate. I've had Smarties. Well, not the Canadian one, the American one. I remember having them a bunch of times as a kid. I mean, it's sugar. It's basically sugar. How game going? Good. I'm actually kind of feeling the fun. A little bit. And I'm trying to hold on to that feeling for dear life because I know how fleeting it can be. Because I know I'm just going to get bored, like... Although maybe, yeah, that becomes the goal, right? That if you are bored by the game, then you need to add the fun back in. you need to give it more. Well, I suppose like at some point in production, you're gonna reach the point where you're not adding new features and then you're not feeling any more real fun and you're just polishing. I guess that's what I worry about, is I'm gonna lose motivation from that. But anyway, we have money, we have upgrades. We've reworked it away from the wave system. Originally this game was sort of set up like Brotato, but I feel like, what's the word? You guys like the jibs better, by the way? The pickups being glowing red jibs. Or should they be like not glowing red jibs? But yeah, I feel like having the continuous wave lets you feel the upgrades better. So that's what we're doing. Where are the enemies supposed to be? I shouldn't say brown people. Don't say brown people. They're placeholder zombies. They're placeholder. They're zombies. They're zombies, okay? Nothing else. Nothing weird. Should be blue, make them clash against the blood. So like they're aliens or something and they have like the XP organ that you harvest from them. The blue XP organ. I guess we could do that. But then we're just going back to like the XP gems idea, I guess. Whatever. Let's just, yeah, make this albedo. I think I have this color saved. Yeah, we'll just do blue orb. Say location impaired. Stop! It's my fault for thinking of that. Oh god. My brain is corrupted. I'm gonna get cancelled. Whoops. Oh, okay, hold on. Drama slop channels. Kind of like the cubes better, actually. Or you make them really... They're like diamonds now. That's the minimum. That's as chunky as we can make them. Maybe like 0.15. Yeah, that looks like an XP shard, right? Gun in the middle screen, that's unique. Actually, Doom in the 90s did it first. I forget why I went for center screen. Actually, no, I think it was because I didn't want to deal with separating the visual shoot position, although I actually did do that. Actually, no, the reason I had the primary in the center was because originally like all the drones were passive weapons that are sort of surrounding the primary weapon in like a ring. I don't know, it's kind of weird. But I wanted to make the drones actually like circle you, which is one thing we could work on this stream. Okay. Fun, we have need hams. Mashed potatoes with coconut and dipped in chocolate. I'd try that. I've heard of like chocolate covered potato chips, so I can see it working. And I do love coconut in candies and like chocolate, like Almond Joy or Mounds. But yeah, I feel like side generally works better from like a visual standpoint, just so you can see the reload and see like you clicking the pulling the trigger and all the little animation details. But we're pretty bare bones at the moment. That visual polish will probably come later. Probably. Maybe. You would try Mr. Big. Is that a Canadian candy chocolate something? Okay, we're in the middle of making this interactable. Should check the collision mask on the player. Okay, layer 4 is the player. So, alright, this area 3D for the interactable is the thing. And then typically you'll show like an outline surrounding the thing when it's interactable. Not sure exactly how we're going to do that. I might just do something scuffed for now. Okay, here's our chest. Loot box. Loot crate. Make it, I don't know, what color do we want our chest to be? Purple. Purple. We'll just go blue for risk of brain reference. Look it up when you feel like a big dog. Alright, what is that? Mr. Big. American band, Mr. Big, Second in the City. Recurring character in the HBO series Sex in the City. British rock band, free eponymous Mr. Big, wonder for, okay. Mr. Big is, Mr. Big chocolate bar. Produced by Cadbury in Canada. Mr. Big. This is it. Oh my god. Oh wait, wrong. Where's my browser? Oh my god. It's a big, chunky, looks like a log of human doo-doo feces. I'd still eat it though. That was good. Amazon.ca. What's even in this? Layered vanilla wafer biscuit coated in caramel, peanuts, and Rice Crisps covered in a chocolate coating. I like all of those things. I'd eat that. That sounds good. It's a big ass bar. It's so big. 60 grams. It's Mr. Big. Okay. The rat from Flushed Away grabs onto one of those when he gets flushed. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Oh yeah, from watching all those ant channel YouTube videos, I've learned what I've learned what ant shit looks like. Because the one guy keeps talking about how the ants are shitting on the sides of the glass on his on his terrariums. Anyway, how do we do the glow? I know. Actually, I think I know. Make this unique. Make this like slightly bigger. Make this unique. Make it transparent. Rather, don't make it transparent. Make it hull mode front. Unshaded. Albedo, make it white or yellow or something. Yeah, here's your outline. And then we do yellow. Looks okay. Okay, here's our outline. I guess we attach a script. Interactable. Maybe this is like the base class, and then we do something like export var. Could hook up the area, or we hook up the signals. I guess we do. Area is an area 3D. Guess we do this. We assign the area 3D, and then in ready, we do thing. This is Rust dude. This isn't Unity. This isn't Rust either. This is GD script. I'm trying my best to not touch the Rust part of this code base. Like 20 ant and insect channels, and they all the same voice. I swear to God, it seems to be doing a slightly different accent and voice tone. Damn, getting all the YouTube money from the ant enjoyers, ant watchers. Chocolate contains theobromine, which is poisonous to him. It's okay. I'm literally made of chocolate. Therefore, my body is acclimatized to the theobromine in chocolate. But yeah, what if it's all run by like the same ant and insect cartel, and they all they've all captured the collective ant and insect watching audience? That'd be crazy. Okay, so we want body entered? Yeah. So area body entered connect to something. Make a function. Enable. We'll just do on body entered, whatever. Body is a node 3D. And we'll do same thing for body exited. Make a new function on body exited. I'm getting a little hungry. Insectoid pilled ant slop reaction content, dude. I might do a react stream. if my ants watching addiction continues, I might do a react stream. I could afford a real apartment, not a glorified closet with a bathroom in it. I'd make huge Warhammer 40k ant farm with PCB mini cameras everywhere. Oh man. Make a 1 mega colony. Ant Canada is the only dude who probably isn't an AI voice learning ant content, farming ant content. Who's the one guy I've been watching? Let me check my YouTube history. Wow. Homemade ecosystems. That's the guy I've been watching. I've been following his like third ant colony of like he mail ordered like a seed collecting ant species. And he's been uploading videos on them. It's kind of satisfying to watch, to see them grow like that. That was strange. During all my high school years, I rode on a short bus, and my teacher would play a live stream of their chickens back at home. Then I realized I was autistic. Chickens are cool, I guess. I haven't actually, I don't have much real life experience with chickens. I guess I don't have that much real life experience with ants either, besides like killing them because they're invading my home. Do the old borax mixed with honey trick. And kind of the guy almost died recently. His tarantula bit him. Holy shit. Remember they tried to cancel an ant channel because his ants got a fungus infection? Chickens are vicious. Damn, nature is vicious. Dude, the ant war videos. That's insane. All the people in the comments talking about their experiences in the ant war. The hell they went through. Just a reminder that life is a struggle for limited resources and we're all gonna die. Especially in the streaming sphere. Ugh. I try not to think about it too much. But it does make me concerned when there's like, I guess, too much overlap in the audience for certain things. Like even, what was it? I just saw a clip of Ollie from Hollow Indonesia talking about the struggles of being a content creator. People in the comments are talking about like how at this point in HoloLive, like the HoloLive viewership can't keep up with all the HoloLive members, and so like all the HoloLive members are inherently competing against each other for that same, you know, HoloLive viewership. And it just reminded me about these things. Hi Neo, hello Puck Puck. I was like, bro, they're ants. They run around and shit and leaves all day. It probably wasn't his fault. Yeah, things just happen. Is it Ants? Was it Ants Canada? Yeah, I was watching Ant Canada. He did like an experiment where he tried to combine 7 different queens to hopefully make a super colony, but they didn't like each other. Hello? Hello, Teresia. Welcome to the stream. We're coding in Godot and also in Rust. We're trying to make a chest, kind of like a Risk of Rain or something like that. But first we need an interact key. So let's go into the project settings and the input map. I'm in like 4 different Facebook Messenger groups where they pretend to be ants. Mobs, bees, and cats. What? The ant roleplay is crazy. I see. Yeah. Yeah. Also, we're gonna throw away all this code because I'm gonna be remaking this game in Unity. The point of this, me returning to this old project is to make a gameplay prototype of what I want to see in the final version, and then we're switching over to Unity for, well, technical reasons. Well, feature reasons. Mostly. Having like ECS be more integrated with the thing, because this whole project was made of ECS, and if I really wanted to make just a prototype, I probably should have just done it without the ECS part and did it like purely in Godot, and then make like a quick little gameplay prototype, and then to like really expand, do it in Unity, or even just release the Godot version as its own little thing or something. But nope, I wanted to be cool and fancy, and I bit off more than I could chew, and then like, okay, technically we're gonna need to do this in Unity probably. I'm remaking my game in Unity. Neo going down the CBT route, I see. Yeah, I'm gonna remake it in Unity DOS, realize that I can't do a certain thing. We're gonna cancel that project, remake it in Unreal. I'm gonna realize that Unreal doesn't have what I need, so I'm gonna extend the engine myself, learn C++, spend like 5 years getting professional development experience, and then we'll come back, and then we'll finally remake the game in my own custom engine. Yeah, this project's dead. Never gonna... Okay. What are you coding right now? So, we had an old system. Here, the old system, this game was kind of, the layout was kind of based on Potato, but we're going to change it now. This wave, end of wave thing still exists actually. If I just launch the game and we play it for a bit. Oh, why is it frozen? Why is it frozen? It's coding a game called Slaughtering Grounds 2. Yeah, I'm gonna make the worst first-person shooter ever. That's my goal, to make a shitty game that sucks. Because that's every game dev stream, is to make a shitty game that no one likes and sucks. Yeah. Okay. So, we do the end wave thing. Did we break this? Oh, I think we broke this. Alright, never mind. Don't try to end the wave. Okay, whatever. Well, anyway, there was this shop UI that worked. No, it doesn't. And then the shop would show up these items. And I have like a bajillion different little item definitions. What the heck? Why is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, and the items have like stat change and stuff. You get 10% damage, but you lose 10% HP or something. And I'm gonna rework it to be, instead of like Potato, it will be more like Risk of Rain. So there will be chests on the stage, and the chests cost money to open. And I guess that means we add a label 3D. Yeah. $25. Can we make this a billboard? Is there a setting? Where is that setting? Actually, I think the way it works in Risk of Rain is that it like points towards the character model, which is separate from the camera, so that you get this interesting 3D effect. You know the devs that tried to sue the critic? Man. Man. Damn. Is there no way to make a billboard other than to actually write a script that updates every frame? Hold on. That's like... That's annoying. Play, remove, tween, label, tween length. What the hell? Damage numbers? Or damage number is seen. This one? This one. The heck? Hi. Hello. One day I will have... Oh no, wait. Label container, label 3D. Oh, okay, it's in flags. Okay, yeah, it's there, it's there. It exists. I missed over the flag section. Oh, Y billboard is an option too. Okay, that's what Y billboard is. Okay. Double-sided, no depth chest. Okay, yeah, we do the billboard thing. This is a chest. It costs $25. I guess we can just... Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Cube is enough. That's all we need. So export the var, export var outline is a node, I guess. Or visible is in what, canvas item? Whatever, it's in no 3D. It's in no 3D. Alright, outlines, no 3D, on entered, outline, visible equals true. Outline, visible equals false. I mean, there's also the show and hide function, but whatever. Whatever. What sort of shop are you making this website for? Yeah, we're building a website. Yeah, that's what the game we're making is. It's actually a website. And the shop is God, what are you talking about? Okay, whatever. Okay, we have an area 3D that should only collide with the player. When we enter that area 3D, it should trigger the signal body entered, which we've connected to on body entered here, which should set the outline to visible and then make it invisible or done. Nice. What are we talking about? Anyway, game. we're making game. I don't know if you've played Risk of Rain, but we're basically borrowing ideas from Risk of Rain. That's what we're doing. All right, we've added a chest. We move this chest over near the player, which is at like 250, 250. Oh, not quite. Whatever, player's here. Here's your chest. That is way smaller than I was expecting. Okay, maybe we should make that a bit bigger. Yeah. Like 1 meter by 1 meter. All right, here's your chest. Here's your outline. Here's the label 3D. Okay. All right. Here's your chest. Hi! Hello, JPZ. Welcome. TF2 is actually a gambling website with a game on top. That's what she said moment. I love chests. All right, if we get close. Okay, yeah, we need to adjust the area to be much bigger. All right, how big is that? 1.5? That's reasonable? All right, say that's reasonable. We'll try it. Don't we all? Neo-lesbian confirmed. Toxic Yuri confirmed. Oh my god. I swear, every time there's like discussions of some things on Twitter, they gotta bring up the statistics about lesbian relationships. I guess we should add a collision shape as well. Or not a collision. Or no, it would be a static body, right? Static body 3D. Collision shape. Add a box shape. Alright. Good enough. It's cool. Thanks. Okay. So that's the start of the making it actually do the thing. So I guess this could just be like a node for the interactable script, and then we add a signal. No, that's probably overcomplicated. I think we just... What's the word? Okay, project settings input. Do we have an interact key? Which will just be E. Or also the use key. It's also called use in other games. Whatever. Add new action, use. Add input E. E, A, E. It's in the game. And I think we can bind that to what? Xbox X? Joypad button 2, button 2. Alright. Although that's usually reload. Whatever, we don't have a reload button, we just have auto reload. Watching how you're making the game. I know, this is so cool. This is the future. You can go on twitch.tv and look up the software and game development category and click on a random stream and you can watch anyone do work. That's cool. And also probably learn a decent amount. I guess it's harder to learn from a stream if you aren't like directly asking questions, but I feel like there's a lot you can passively learn if you're, I don't know, paying attention. If you're like, what's the word? Actually following along, which is kind of hard to do, I think. Especially when you're like looking into someone else's code base that you've never seen before and trying to understand how things connect. Never made a game, created a lot of websites. Yeah. It's funny. Before this, I did web dev, so I made websites too. Doomed Oxyuri with guns. Next week, Neil will be doing guns and Huh? Nah, my jacket is totally not that kind of jacket. Dude, there's no armband here. Your model looking very cute. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, bro. Okay. What are you gonna do? Do we keep like a reference to... Actually, how do we do this? I guess like there should be some concern about like player dies, but also I don't care because it's just a prototype, right? Did you commission this model? No, it's a pre-made model. It's a customizable model by a artist. Hold on, I'll find them. I'll find them. Oh no, did they change their name? Wait. Oh no, they're here. Okay. Where's my Twitch? Okay. This is the artist. This is the artist. There, it's a it's the customizable Chibi model on their thing. Their shops. But yeah, it's very affordable. It was $17 when I got it. All right, my ad's about to start. Sorry, Twitch. I might use the bathroom again at the next ad break. But yeah, thanks for asking. Custom made better than pre-made? I agree, yeah. I just don't have the money to be investing in something like that. And actually, if I wanted to make a custom model, I think I'd want to learn on my own. I've been thinking about learning more about 3D modeling and making like a low poly model myself. So at some point, I'll probably do something like that as opposed to paying for a model. If I wanted like a proper live 2D model, I'd probably look into funding that or paying for it or something. But I think I want a better idea of what I want in a VTuber design first. Like, from myself. Those model type bad words. Yeah, bad as in my code is bad. How's this gonna work? I guess you can store the var player in range is a bool. And then I guess it'd be weird to have every single chest be checking for the input when the player does that input. So ugh. I don't like this if we're gonna like add a thing on the player. Can I answer a question? What kind of question? I'm a little suspicious if you had to ask, but you can ask if you want. I don't know if I'll answer it. How much did you get this for? Oh yeah, I mentioned it was a $17 customizable Chibi model. But yeah, customizable models I think are good for the overall, like, lowering the barrier to entry for VTubing. I guess whether that's a good thing depends on your perspective. Sorry if I missed the chat messages. I'm trying to think about code. Oh. Okay, we need to store... What am I saying? This is a prototype. I should just be fucking... saying F at we ball. Plunk, physics, process... Do we do this in physics process? Wait, player... Input get vector... Hold on. Yeah, the most easy way is just going to be do like if player in range and input action is action pressed. Use. So something like var cost. This is actually the chest. Although, actually, no, this is... No, whatever. We'll make it the chest script first, and then if we want to clean things up, we can do that later. Another part that helps Twitch streamers upgrade their visuals at affordable price. We're offering discounted bundle, includes panels, overlays, and emotes. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna be me. Sorry, Twitch ads. Okay, that was really quick. I should probably put a rule against soliciting or stuff like that. Nah. But I guess you could send me a DM on Twitter if you really wanted me to see your offerings, your this week's sale or whatever. That could have gone worse. Glad I'm paranoid enough to keep a water bladder over a fire pit. You only smoked a room out. Okay, good. Don't die. I'll do something like this. Cost int 25, and then func try by if cost is greater than game state dot money return game state dot also means we need to store the item, and also means we need to I guess we can do that in ready. Our item definition is an do we have an item definition, or even what even is this? Okay, it's item. So I guess we can just call it item. And in ready we do item util get random items no dupes count one turns an array of items. So item is this array at index 0, I guess. Be okay, have a ventilation system. Nice. Good. Don't die. Alright, game state money minus equals minus equals the cost, and then I think we have, hold on, was it in player items where you add items? Yeah, player items add item. Okay, do that. Player items add item. Although ideally we show like the level up UI, but for an item we show like an item card. So what would that look like? Probably a signal. Probably like global signals show item card for an item. So then we copy the level up UI for one item. And then in the future we add our like Vampire Survivors spinning slot machine animation. Because we gotta add that. Neofear is reading my comments more than his OBS blocks. It's YouTube, man. YouTube's the one blocking it. This is what I get for dual streaming. It does confirm the ancient saying for my people. Smoke follows the... Uh-huh. I know it's you blocking it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The cute boy fucker. You wanted me to read that badly. Huh. I guess we could do a setter on the cost that sets the text there on the label. Label. There we go. Okay. Go here. Interact. Nothing happens because we can't afford it. We can jump on it. We can crouch jump to get on top of it. That's pretty neat, I guess. Oh god, the air acceleration feels really weird at this slow speed. Okay, there we go. We bought an item. Oh, and we didn't even we didn't even get rid of the chest. What do you even get? XP gain? Okay. Neat, I guess. Means we can buy it again. Because the chest doesn't... Okay. Yeah, we'll probably need to do something like that. Hello? Cherry Amuma flavor? Hello. Welcome. Interesting interaction. Yeah, okay. We really need UI so you can actually see the item you get. And then... I guess we can just Cupriate. Okay. 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 Thing mode. Doo 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 doo. So now it should disappear. Flap flap. Get shot at, get shot at. We got 5% fire rate, I think. It's really underwhelming. We'll rework the items later. Why does your tail leave splatters on everything it touches? Like a paintbrush. It's dripping. I like my tail's drippy, bro. God, that meme's dead already. What are you even talking about? Fast physics that can collide with enemies and such. Make a fun game pattern. Oh my god. Wait, so you knock back the chest and it's like the gravity gun from Half-Life 2? That's something we could do in Unity. With a proper, like, rigid body physics system. Which, I mean, we have in Godot. I just made the whole thing in ECS, so there's... But yeah, what, you like fling the chest? Or like after you interact with the chest, it goes flying like a projectile and explodes or something? That'd be funny. We could do that probably. But yeah, we really need a UI so you can actually see what you're getting, and then I think we'll do the spawning and the money setting, the price setting. Do we do something like add like a chest base price? Something like var chest base price int is 25 in game state. And then I guess we do like on chest bot? Add like a global signal for that. Signal chest bot. Something like that. Punch or kick it, it can smack enemies for damage. So until you open it, then when you try to interact with it, you'll kick it instead, and then it launches it at the nearest enemy. Or it just launches it, and then if it hits an enemy, it deals damage. That'd be funny. Wait, I like that. Busy looking over his shoulder. He went as far to tie me to a chair and harm himself. Yeah, the gun that's totally not a Glock in my video game. That's what it's for. It's to protect myself. You know what we should do? Hold on. Where's the... Yeah, the basic mob. Here. Where's the material? Shader, zombie anim, texture albedo. Here, let's adjust the skin color of the enemies. There we go. That looks somewhere like sickly zombie human. Make it deal big damage but have durability so it breaks after too many collisions. Oh no, they have to ration the use of the chest as a weapon. Okay, now they look like gray. I guess that's fine. They're vampires now. We're fighting vampires. Yay. damage. Okay. Make them more Caucasian impaired. Okay, you want Caucasian? What's a Caucasian color? Oh, raise the value. Yeah, that's what we want. Does that look Caucasian to you? Or I guess it's behind my head. You can't see. Yeah, a bit redder. Here, try this on for size. Racist dog. Here, this is so people don't criticize my game. What's up with the color of the lighting? I guess it's not very Caucasian looking. Okay, whatever. They're zombies. I guess we gotta make them green if we really want them to be like zombies. Like that baby barf green looking color. Yeah, that's zombie color. Neo discriminates against green people. They do look like sickly vampires. I guess that's a good thing. I guess that's what we're going for. Alright, now they're naked green alien zombies or something. I don't even know anymore. I'm making a violence murder video game murder simulator that all parents should be in a moral panic about. I don't even know what we're doing anymore. Oh, poof. We get explosion radius. Alright, thanks, bro. I'm gonna rework all the items to... I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm trying to make for the prototype here. I'll probably spend a lot more time thinking about, like, design and item ideas. Items that'll probably require a bit more visual development. Okay. Bonus levels? Hello. Hello. Next thing's gonna make the player character a girl. I haven't used all melee as a special. We'll do the gorilla versus 100 men. Except it'll be in this game. I'll just need to make the gorilla arms weapon, and then we can do the gorilla versus 100 men experiment. Hello. Hello. Alright, I think I'm gonna adjust the color again. Back towards, like, gray vampires. Yeah. Okay. What are you doing? How you doing, G? I'm doing alright. Okay, we got a bit distracted because we were working on the chests. We were gonna have a chest base price. We were gonna have... bar chest, current price, I guess, int. And then on ready we do chest. Actually, this probably shouldn't be in game state in the global thing. This should probably be in like a chest spawner script somewhere. Okay. But before that, we should probably work on the UI. Which should probably be... Let's see. Probably make a global signal. We have chest bot here, but I think we'll do like item pickup on and takes an item. And the chest will emit that signal. So in try by, instead of add item, we call global signals item pickup emit using the item. Cool. Building your dream video game? Kind of. We're building a prototype that we're going to throw away. Just so I can experiment with some gameplay ideas for the dream game. This is actually this is like the original codebase for the game that I've been working on since like last year, and I kind of gave up on halfway through. But the idea is we're gonna use this as a starting point just to test out gameplay ideas, and then we're gonna have a better idea of what we want to make when we remake it in Unity with more proper everything, I guess. XP, haha. Yeah, we're gaining XP. We're grinding that game dev XP. They're zombies, they're reanimated corpses. Liver mortis would take over, giving them a sickly purple hue due to lack of blood circulating, and at this point blood would be dried. Actually, zombies wouldn't bleed like that. Damn. Actually, what am I really going for with the lore? I think that would be like this is gonna be like sci-fi thing. It would be like was it in System Shock, where the evil AI like converts people into these mindless cyborg zombie kind of things. So it might be blood, it might be some other fluid or something, but you know, there's a plausible in-universe explanation for why they have blood, okay? Turn the player into gorilla, give him rapid regen. Boost melee damage, instant kill, and more monsters. Back, I got some 7-Up and pear. Tedo pear moment. We love Tedo here. We love 7-Up. Kind of. I don't know. I haven't really drank 7-Up in like a billion years. Probably if you forced me to pick a soda of choice, it would probably be Coke Zero. But I do like cherry Coke Zero. But I know you can't really find that that often, so. In Harambe mode, bosses cannot spawn as players' one-hit kill powers. An AoE shock attack for every punch. It'll be like versus Saxon Hail mode. Didn't Shonik do a stream where you just replaced the Hail model with like a recolored Yeti model to be the gorilla? Last bowl of Neapolitan ice cream is being held by aliens and you want it. Waterboards you have 7-Up. Damn. I should probably, get a chat overlay that shows the YouTuber Twitch icon just so viewers aren't so confused about these mysterious extra messages showing up. Anyway, hello, we're dual streaming, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. Alright, what were we doing? Chess. Chess signals calls the item pickup signal. And then on item pickup we show, I guess if we want to separate, no, we'll just use this for chest. So we're gonna, I guess, duplicate the level up UI. But actually we'll just save this as a new scene. So duplicate the, the scene in the file system. Duplicate this to chest open UI. Okay, chest open. That means we make a new script. What do we do? Add card. The skill choices. On upgrade selected. I prefer birch beet. Birch beer. Birch beer. Okay, add a card, add a thing. And I think we have like a setter function. Upgrade upgrade. Weapon upgrade rarity. So actually, yeah. So we'll want. How did we even do the shop card thing? shop card. Display with a card item. We do this. Okay, so we'll copy some logic from here. Okay, so let's see. So this is the chest open UI. We have one skill card. It should be centered. Also, wait, how did we even lay out? Panel container, H-box, V-box. Yeah, this should be full rect. Centered. Do item get. I guess we'll do this. H-box. Oh, we did a spacer thing? Okay, yeah, we did some funny hacky stuff to get this reroll button in the right spot. It's like cream soda with stronger presence. Gonna abandon Neon for yeah, go watch the wound in 45 minutes. I might end stream actually to line up with that. Don't want to overlap. Jawoon's dead. Jawoon died. Interesting things are happening on the Jawoon channel. I can't take TF2 analog horror seriously. My brain immediately thinks of Pootis guy. Running around G1 screaming about dispenser and spy there. VTuber NRE live on stream. Yup. 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 Okay. I think... Alright. Kill these. Die. I wanted... What do I want? I guess we can just get rid of all these containers. We just do a... skill card. Okay, this is kind of a mess. No, we still do an H-box, I think. The frick? Alignment center. This becomes a skip button. And I guess that means we have to put a spacer before. Okay, whatever. It's 120 pixels. Theme overrides, separation. Do like 20 pixels or something. I don't know. And I guess we added empty control node. This is the spacer. 120x. Okay. Detach this script. It's a signal that's connected. Whatever. Attach a new script. Chest open UI. Yeah. Got eaten by his boyfriend. VTuber eats MREs live on stream. This is the music he heard in Hell's elevator before meeting the devil himself. Yep. The secret supernatural power of the Wii Shop theme. Oh, is it the button that's connected? Oh yeah, it's the button. Okay, whatever. I guess we disconnect it now. I don't even know what signal is connected. Whatever. Whatever, man. Reroll button. That's the wrong script. Hear that. Skill card. Keep the thing. Okay. Okay. Chest open UI. What do you do? I guess ready. What do we do for the level up UI? We do get tree paused and then game state in selection screen true. And also set the mouse mode visible. Okay. Okay, so in chest open UI, we do something similar. Self hide. Global signals dot. What do we do? Item pickup. Connect to a function that does this. Item. It's an item, right? Okay. Pause the tree. Do something like I guess we make a function show item. With an item, it's an item. And then we show item of the item. Or we just pass in show item. Fuck it. Show item. Copy this over to show item. Okay, pause the tree. Mouse mode visible. In selection stream, true. Oh my god, what are we doing? We need to export var the skill card. Skill card is a skill card. Assign the skill card. Okay, skill card dot, I think we, yeah, set the upgrade to item, and then in the setter for display card, yeah, this thing. All right, LF upgrade is item. Do some stuff. Okay, type label. Name label. Text is upgrade dot. So upgrade's an item. We have a name, is it? Let's see. I think we did something like this. So in the old shop UI, in the old, where was it? Shop items. We had like a shop card. Yeah, shop card. Copy something like this over, I think. How did it? Took his eyes off me. I'm now in his walls. All right, I'm gonna keep coding and pretend that you're not there. We did this. Yeah, we did this. Why do we do it like this? Should probably take it from oh god, where is it? Where the heck did we go? Chest open UI? Yeah, chest open UI. Me when I'm opening my chest. Oh god. I need to close all these tabs, man. Okay, close tabs. The relevant things we're looking at are the shop card and the item. No, it's the frick. Is it, what do you call it? Upgrade card? Card? What do you even call it? God damn it! I can't even keep track of my freaking project structure. Okay. We want to copy some logic from shop card over to skill card. Okay, to skill card. And it's something like this, except we're gonna do it like this. Stat change get text. Yeah, do that. Item is upgrade. Item is upgrade, and then do something like this. Add child, make label, proc effect dot text. Yeah, do that. And then the icon. Icon texture is upgrade dot icon. Yeah. Funny. Okay. I think that's it. Skip button. This is the skip button. when this is pressed, we connect to a function here on skip button pressed. And then also on the skill card dot. Hold on. How does this actually work? Button focus on selected. We emit upgrade selected. Okay. Upgrade selected. Connect to. I guess we do func. Item is an item, and then we player items dot add item. The item. Yeah, do that. Add item the item and then hide. I think we also had some other logic. So I think we'll take that from, where was it? Not the chest open UI, it's the level up UI. In the level up UI we have this logic. Copy this over too. Game state pause changed. Add a var was visible. Is a bool, and I think we set it in. Oh god. I should probably open this in a new tab so then we have the scripts open, but no, it doesn't actually. Okay, whatever. Ugh. Close other tabs. Oh god, that's way too many editors to close. Level up UI script. Okay, alright, here's scripts. Have to go, have a good rest of your day. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Thanks for watching. Hope you had a good time. Hope you learned something. Thanks. Okay, bye. Thanks for my cultist. Okay. What are we doing? Was visible. Were we setting if was visible? Show item. Okay, pause change. If we're not paused. Wait, no. What am I doing? Okay. Ugh. This is why my code should probably be cleaner. So it was visible. We set to. Where did we set that? What the hell? I'm losing my mind. Was visible. Why does this work? Oh, because it doesn't show while the game is paused. Oh yeah, okay, it does work. Wait, it does work. Oh my god. Yeah, so we initialized was visible to, I guess, false. I guess it's fine. Made a cup noodles, decided to use a metal fork. Now my tongue hurts. Oh, I thought you were gonna talk about like microwaving the fork in the microwave and having it arc all over. I was just watching a minute food video where they're talking about like how you can put a lot of metal things in the microwave and they won't actually arc, but they could get really hot. And if it's like a fork with like prongs, then it's probably going to arc and, you know, break something. And how like microwave popcorn bags have like a tiny metal lining that gets really hot so they can pop the popcorn. That's on the side of the container, do not microwave. Damn. Does that depend on the brand though? Eh. I'll still make my cup noodles with boiling water, thank you. Ugh. And I guess you can microwave the water to boil it in the first place if you were in a pinch and don't know how to use the stove. That's probably more dangerous though. Microwaving your water to boiling. I always boil my water. We love boiling water here. I'm losing my mind with these two scripts that are like very similar, but I'm trying to copy logic manually between them. Which you really shouldn't be doing. So show item, item pickup, show item, skill dollar, upgrade equals item, self, show. I guess we do that. Yeah. That's the chest open UI. God, it's so confusing having the two things separate, the script editor and the scene. And then on script button pressed, hide. And then also, was it get tree paused? Yeah, in selection screen, false. Get tree paused, false. I should really move this to a different script, but I have the mindset that I'm gonna throw this code away. So, you know, why am I worrying about clean code here? I should probably still be at least thinking a little bit about making code clean so it doesn't take me a fucking year to copy over a couple bits of logic from this level up UI to this chest open UI. Instead, take 5 minutes to slow down, think about how we could refactor these to share this code. Like maybe refactor this code into like a helper utility function or something. But it's throwaway code. It's throwaway code. So now all we need is just to put the chest open UI in the main scene. Add a child node, or no, instantiate a child scene, chest open UI. Put this here, I guess. It wouldn't be visible at the start, but whatever. Would you like to update script? Yeah, too bad I'm a crash. It's crashing out. The game is crashing out. Okay. I added this console, by the way. Help. Yeah. That's from a Godot add-on. So I should probably just add an add money function to that. I think I had console commands. Yeah, we had this. All right, func add money. Amount is an int. Void. Game state dot money plus equals amount. And then in ready limbo console register command, we just pass in the add money function. Cool. Ad break. Ad break. If anyone's watching and isn't watching the ads right now on Twitch, let me know if I should do, was it? Add money, 100. All right, there we go, $100. Item get, magnet. Yay. Oh. Oh my god, the Wii Shop shredder. Let me know if I should switch to 3 minutes of ads every 1 hour, as opposed to the 2 minutes of ads every 40 minutes. Those both feel kind of like a lot. But that's my only options for keeping the pre-rolls off. Okay, what are we doing? 1 hour of ads every 3 minutes? Alright, just for you, Cyclocust, we'll do that. Hello, welcome. Nah. Oof. Okay, ad break finished. Welcome back, Twitch chat. I hope you love ads. Yummy. More ads to watch. Please pour the ads directly into my eyeballs. Okay, what do we do? We added chests. And then I guess we do chest spawning. And then we do the fucking slot machine animation because that's the most important part of any Survivors like game. Is the fucking slot machine animation juice. Should probably at least think about, I don't know, a bit about the sound design of that. Maybe even have to make it myself. Because you really need like a musical jingle there, I think. Gonna learn music production just so I can make a fucking slot machine jingle for my game. It's not like I'd be starting from scratch. I, you know, have some experience of like recording covers, which I guess isn't quite the same as actually authoring music. Typing the notes into a synthesizer or whatever. Musical composition. So we need, what do we need? A chest spawner that spawns chests around the map. And then we need chests to update the chest price. Hold on. How's this gonna work? I think, okay, we're storing something in game state. Where were we? Oh, no, wait, we got rid of that because I think we were gonna handle it somewhere else. Did we do, what did we do? Item pickup. Oh, we did, okay, we made a signal for, I guess we do a signal for chest opened that is separate from the item pickup. And have each chest store their own cost, and then have each chest react to the bar cost mult on open is a, I guess we do 1.5. Okay, so global signals, chest opened, connect to a function, and the function equals value, and then do the export bar label, price label is a label 3D. Cost times equals cost mult on open, which should get casted to int, back to int? Yeah. And then when you set the cost, price label text equals $% %s cost. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. And then in the game, we do a chest spawner. New node. Call this chest spawner. We could make it a node 3D and make it like centered. Yeah, let's just make it a node 3D in case you want to do some things in the future. Do. Do we make this a node 3D actually? We have what was it? How do we define our world bounds? I think it's in, okay, in simulation we set the world size. So all that, I think it's like in the ECS. and it would be kind of annoying to get in multiple places. You know what? No, we should make things as in like their individual thing as possible. So let's make this chest spawner scene as its own thing. And so in the chest spawner scene, make a chest spawner script. Chest is a packed scene? Yeah. Export var base price is a float. Cool, so we'll do that. Chest.tscene, okay. Okay. Export var spawn radius is a float. We'll do 250. I guess 240 maybe? It doesn't really matter. Okay. And then in ready, we'll do our magic. Var export var num chests is a int. We'll do 20, I guess. What? My eyes. Alright, there we go. If you do random, what's it? If you random the X and you random the Z, right? Then that's not actually a uniform distribution, is it? But also I don't care. For I in range of num chests. Var new chest equals chest instantiate. Did I even name the script? Class name chest. We'll just do that. Chest spawner as chest. That works, right? Oh, I misspelled range. What am I even doing? Okay, new chest is a chest. New chest dot price. No, we call it cost. God, I really need a base price. And it's already a random item. Okay. And new chest dot position. I guess we just add them as children of here. Add child, new chest. It hasn't been added to the scene tree yet. And set the position to vector 3. You have randef range from negative spawn radius to spawn radius. Y will just do 0. Me trying to do 0f in GD script. It should be it. And now all that's left is to place the chest spawner in the correct spot, so it's not 240 by 240. Spawning them out of bounds. Okay, so this should spawn 20 chests in the game world. And then buying a chest should increase the price of each chest by 1.5 times. So exponentially. Okay, here's the game. Ah! We forgot to set the price label in the chest scene. Okay. Lovely. Okay, and we're gonna end soon in like 15 minutes, so we don't overlap June. Okay. Okay, those chests are kind of far away. Neat. Okay, let's grab the item. Mocha, that's great, I guess. Wait, why is it? Hold on. So in the level up UI, after you select to level up, it sets your mouse mode back to normal. Wait, on unpaused. Oh, okay. I think that was for controller support, but this is just a prototype. I should not be worrying about that. See, we do mouse mode visible. We show the skill choices. Is it the skill cards that show skill choices? Reroll. We spawn the cards, right? Clear cards, add card. Set the upgrade. Upgrade selected, connect to on upgrade selected. On upgrade selected. Show the skill choices. When queued levels are empty. Whistle, false, false. Emit finished? Wait. Wait a minute. Node. Finished. Wait, what? What are even... We're not even connected to anything, are we? What the hell? We don't use the signal anywhere, are we? Are we? Are we using it anywhere? I sure hope the player doesn't have a reference to level up UI. But like, what is setting the mouse mode? I'm just gonna control F, control shift F to find everywhere we set the input mouse mode. Let's see, failure screen, pause menu, success screen. Capture mouse. Level up UI. Only sets visible? Player. Game state pause changed. Wait a minute. Also captured, not so captured. Unhandled input. Player state. On active, okay. Game state on pause. Oh! Okay, yeah, this is OOP spaghetti. This is spaghetti. This is fucking spaghetti. This is what I get for writing this code. So when you're calling game state unpause, that's what's causing it, right? Or am I crazy? Are we actually calling game state unpaused? I'll have to clear the blockage tonight. Sketty Conan? Sketty. I'm getting hungry. That's another reason for me to end stream soon. We do call game state unpause. That's why. Okay. Alright, well, yeah. Mystery solved. Upgrade selected. Game state unpause. Yeah. Oh my god. Spaghetti. Spaghetti. Okay, I think we can go back to actually playing the game now. And next chest we open. God, they're so far away. I guess that was the point, to make it so, you know, there's a level to explore. Go for the reload. Just feel a little... 25. It's still 25? Get. Oh wait, no, we never triggered the signal, I think. Okay, chest. Global signals, chest open connect. Try by. Global signals, chest opened, emit. There we go. Okay, so now when you open a chest, it should increase the price of all the other chests. So let's just go to some nearby chests. Okay. Sketty coding. As bad as pathetic as Sketty wrestling. Wrestling. Alright. Heavy ammo. Oh my god, how much freaking damage was that giving? I don't even know. Whatever. We don't even have an item list here, but we do have one in the shop, I think? XP gain up. Oh wait, no, we're never clearing the freaking UI. Oh, okay, duh. Go to... where is it? I think it's skill card. Yep, if upgrade is item. Yeah, because everywhere else the skill cards are like temporary, but this skill card is staying. So what we want to do is skill text container dot children. Get children. Or child in get children, child queue free. That should clear the UI, so it doesn't actually have all those bajillion different effects. Wow. Great job, QA. Alright, speed is now relevant because I have things to farm, to collect around the map. Holy crap. And there is like a balance to be had between like collecting the XP gems and going for the next chest. Alright, this item actually has all these all these effects. Yeah, that's the one item that has all these things. Anyway, yeah, so now there should be an interesting trade-off between going for XP and going for items. I can get way farther from the enemies in this game since it's an FPS and I have guns. It's interesting dynamic. Oh. Magnus. I should give that XP gain so it's not like such a fuck you item. Alright, there we go, rocket. I think I got rid of the pocket reload. But yeah. Is this map too big? Like, I kind of want there to be... Oh. Yeah, if I had bunny hopping, it's maybe be a bit easier. Oh god, the friction's too high. Neo talking about coding as he guns down innocent people. Hey, they're not innocent. They came here first. It's actually good. You have a good layout? Good, glad you like it. Thanks, Omed. The max HP doesn't actually heal you. Also, there's no healing at the moment. Probably need to give the player some ways to do that. Oh, we can one-shot these guys. Nice. $184? That's a lot. That's a lot of money. Anyway, I was kind of inspired to add the Risk of Rain chest from another Survivors like in 3D called Mega Bonk, which borrows a lot from Risk of Rain, actually. But is still very much a Survivors like. Vampire Survivors. Alright. Air jump. Oh my god, totally not the Hopu Feather. Okay, those chests are getting pretty expensive. Oh god, they're so fast. Gotta reload. Gotta reload. Hello, Pomfomf. Making good progress today. I wasn't even intending to this stream, but I think we got some decent progress. This is gonna be more for me to just show off what I've been working on off stream. Oh god, oh god, oh my god, they're... Okay, I'm dead. Alright. Cool. Yeah. Cool, I think we're gonna end it there, because Jawoon's stream is going. But today we added... What did we add? Off stream. Kind of did a lot. Adjusted these visuals, adjusted some sounds. I think that too had a big effect. Making the hit sounds less obnoxiously bad. This gun is now your starting pistol, which is separate from the revolver, which has higher damage but piercing as well, but slower reload. We've added item chests now. So yeah, that's like probably the big thing. Although this item density is really low. This map is huge. Which I guess was the intention, to make you have a reason to go for movement. And also to learn fancy movement tech like bee-hopping. About 3 minutes before I leave. Yeah. Yeah, go watch Jawoon after this. After this. Which I'll probably be doing as well. Make it like World War Z when zombies run towards you. Oh my god, all the zombies. 1 pierce. Wait, that's huge for this, actually. XP gain, I'm greeding. I love greed. I'm so greedy. Yeah, pierce is actually huge. I'm pogging out. Probably wasn't actually the rocket launcher. Oh, but the rocket launcher gets pierce. Wait, that's huge. As long as I don't blow myself up. Oh my god, I'm actually having fun with the game I'm making? That's crazy. That item is so disappointing. 5% fire rate is so little. I should probably go for XP now. Ah, yeah, give me the XP gems. Reload speed, rocket, okay. I really should add healing now. Probably. Okay, 20% damage up. That's actually like a multiplicative with the weapon damage. So kinda good. Okay, they're just piercing and immediately... That does nothing. The fire rate does nothing. Immediately hitting the one behind it. Okay. Yeah, and then do like a horde alert. Oh. Ooh, damage. I'm greeding, I'm greeding. Go for the greed. Always greed. You don't even have enemies scaling yet, and it already sort of feels like there's that dynamic. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Just quickly prototyping gameplay features so that we can like sort of paint in broad strokes here and then have a vision of what we want the final thing to look like. Magnet, it's so bad. I buffed the XP gain by like combining pickup range and XP gain, because that's what Soulstone Survivors does to make the pickup range not feel terrible. This item kind of feels terrible. On air shot, trigger second explosion for 150% damage. Not sure what to do. Maybe I'll make it like a passive bonus on the rocket launcher or something. Anyway, give me another chest. Dynamite. Yeah, we need the frickin' slot machine animation though. But I need the audio for that. That's like the most important part of like Vampire Survivors, I feel. The gambling roots. The frickin' developer's history working in casino games. That's the most important fact. We could do the potato thing and what was it? Reduce piercing damage after. If we had equip and unequip animations, that would fix the was it weapon being down and like coming back up after you reload. Guess we go rocket launcher. That's a good drone. I really need to adjust these visuals. So bad. At least the gun animation's okay. Somehow I figured out what a gun is supposed to look like. Give me speed. Alright, we'll do this run to completion and then I'll probably call it for stream. To completion. That sounded weird. I don't have a dirty mind. Stim feedback is good. I don't even know which. We're talking about was it the slot machine in Vampire Survivors? The chest animation. Damage. This, God, I need to buff these items. They were designed for like the past version, where it's like potato in the shop. But yeah, I like the revolver sound change. Shotgun drone. Yeah. Yeah. Chest animation? Yeah, that one. Stimming. Okay, the boss. We gotta kill the boss. What did the projectile even happen? What happened to the projectile there? Oh! Yeah, the HP upgrade doesn't give you current HP. Probably fix that. Somehow the pistol seems to be the highest single shot DPS with the reload time included. Alright, nice. Go damage. For when we add damage scaling, I guess. Fire rate. It's useless. Okay, so max HP upgrades should probably give current HP, and also we should probably add actual things that let you get current HP or healing. Pistol meta. Magnet. The worst item. Oh my god. I don't even need to watch streamers to know what the bad items are in my game at the moment. I'm my own streamer. I am a streamer. I'm streaming this right now. You're watching the pre-release build of FPS Survivors live on YouTube and twitch.tv. Twitch.tuvalu. Pistol fire rate? Alright, screw it. We're pistol maining now. I don't even know if it's actually the highest DPS. But it seems to do well. I need like a big screw you wave at the end. At like 10 minutes or something. Kind of like I like how Mega Bonk's end wave feels. 25% XP gain, crit chance. Oh, I didn't even have crit chance. Did I? Yeah, there we got crits. We got crits. We need a crit sound though. I think that's important for the feeling of crits in these games. XP gain, sure, whatever. Revolver... Nah, just speed. I want those speed upgrades to feel like something. To mean something. Oh, we got the range mobs. Oh boy. $1,300. In this economy, you really think I have that kind of money? Oh crap. We're getting surrounded. Yeah, if the reload, I'm gonna... Let's invest in the pistol more. Oh god. You have to crit .mp3. I could do that, since this is just like a... Oh god, we're gonna die. Well, Pierce on the revolver. Oh crap, I'm good, I'm dead. I'm dead. 20% speed up. Oh god. They're shooting at me. Shoot the ranged ones. This is scary. There are stakes. I feel like my run is at stake now. Probably the... Oh, they're dead. Okay, GG. Alright. Well, that was a run. That was FPS Survivors version -1 or something. Version. I'm gonna keep messing with this demo until it feels good enough for me, and then we'll maybe release something for you guys to check out and give me feedback. Yes, please. I still feel a little weird about... What was it? Even if I release this for free, about like using copyrighted assets. So I'm probably not gonna put like the TF2 crit sound in this, but I'll try and find something similar. Version 0.0000000. Yeah. Yeah, version -1 billion. I don't even know what we're gonna call it. I have made a note in my mind that whatever the final title for this game is, I probably don't want to put Survivors in the title. After just looking over the Steam store and looking at every single Survivors like that uses that naming scheme. It's even in the freaking genre name I'm using, Survivors like. But I'll think of something. Hopefully. Maybe. Anyway. That was a stream. What do we got done? Do find spawns. We didn't really do that, but the current spawns seem to work okay enough for the game. Get money from kills. We did that. It was super easy. Add chests. That was less easy, but we did that. So yeah, progress. Yeah. Nice. And this was mainly just meant to be like a yapping stream for me to show off stuff. One thing I would like to do is adjust the drone visuals. I guess we don't need that specifically. Valve's document using their assets says you can use them as long as your game is free or Valve gets at least 30% profit. Oh. But that's more for like if you're using the engine or like a source mod, right? Are they actually okay with you using like Valve assets in non-source engine games as long as you're releasing them for free? Either way, I'm gonna have to what was it? I'm gonna have to find like my own assets, non-copyrighted assets, if I'm gonna, you know, release this game standalone. So might as well start now, right? But yeah, sound design is super important. I've only begun to notice it more and more as I make tweaks to the sounds in this game. But yeah, thanks for coming, everyone. We went over a little bit. Sorry if you're missing Jawoon's stream for this. But yeah, thank you all for coming. I'm gonna read names. We're gonna keep working on this on stream or off stream, but we'll get there eventually. Okay. Peristal's name reading. Thank you, Commander Quinkness. Thank you, ID10T Coder. Thank you, Aaron TTV. Thank you, Teresa Lynn. Thank you, Boneless Devils. Thank you, Omed. Thank you, Raven. Thank you, Itoni. Thank you, Random Perv. Thank you, Impossible. Thank you, Vanillan. Thank you, Make Games Play Games. Thank you, Dahlem. Thank you, Justin Davis. Thank you, Jovan Parkins. Thank you, Schizophrenic Glitter. Thank you, Fanboy Cultist. Thank you, Luna Gladius. Thank you, Cute Fat Flamingo. Thank you, Puck Puck. Thank you, JP Set. Thank you, Cherry Amuria. Cherry Amuba. Thank you, Cyclocust. And thank you, Pom Pom. All right. Appreciate the stream. What's Neo? Yeah, thank you all. Thank you. Good to be back. Sorry about it being a week since the last stream, but we'll get there. Hopefully we'll do more streams like this. Hopefully I can do work and be chill and have fun with you guys. But yeah, look forward to the game. Hopefully I will maintain motivation on it and manage to find the fun in making the game, as well as the game itself being fun. But yeah. Okay, let's find someone to raid. Who's live? Who's live? Oh my god, Car's still live. I'm still overlapping Car on his 1-year anniversary. I'm sorry. Alright, we're rating Kara on Twitch. We're rating someone on YouTube. We're waiting Jawoon. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for coming. He. Also, random perps go, okay, bye. Okay. It is what it is. Okay. Yeah. I'll try to avoid overlap as much as possible, but I think at some... Well, I guess overlap hell has always been a thing for FlaVR, so it's kind of unavoidable, but... Okay. O2. Bye-bye. Bye. Thanks for watching. Bye. Mwah. Okay, bye.